1 off in the middle and then I'll let Pankaj go.
Okay, thanks, man.
We've some of the souvenir programs if people didn't get them. We did them here.
Feel free to take them.
Thank you. Very good game.
Your son has been doing quite well for a while.
He opened 5 days ago, so we're catching it this week.
Yunju Park.
Is that the correct pronunciation?
Yunju Park. Yunju Park.
Do you want to move? You just have to touch your shoulder. So we can move the chairs across it.
That's fine. A few inches, just a couple of inches.
Just to leave the gap.
Just there. Just there. Just there. Just there. A bit better.
Oh, yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Are you from Middlesbrough?
Dublin.
Twinned with Beirut, I believe.
No, Portman.
Oh!
Barnaga's posh. Monster. Monster. Is that what you mean? Oh, monster. Monster. Monster, yeah. M-U-N-S-T.
Straight like that.
Monster. Monster.
I'm glad to do.
Good afternoon and welcome to SBI in Carlo, Ireland. For this, the final of the Macau Casino World Matchplay Billiards Championship between what we might have anticipated would have been the 2 finalists if we were asked at the beginning of the week. My name is Peter Tankard and I'm joined in commentary by Chris Coombe, Director of World Billiards. Welcome, Chris.
Hi Peter, hi everyone. Really looking forward to this final. It's going to be the conclusion of a fantastic 8 days of billiards here, 5 days for the World Match Play and 3 days for the Irish Open beforehand. And what a treat we've got in store for us.
Now this is a repeat of a match which was... We're just going to pause while Angus makes some announcements. Referee for this final is Mr. Paul Cosgriff from Australia, the best performed Australian at this event.
I'll wait till Pankaj.
Oh, done, yeah. I think Angus can say a few words. Let's hope it's only a few.
It's parking with me.
You're learning from us.
It's been there before.
He doesn't know my address.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and a very, very warm welcome to Carlow Town, some 50 miles southwest of Dublin, the capital of Ireland. We are here at the magnificent training academy of the Snooker Billiards Ireland Academy here of Excellence, where 8 fantastic tables have attracted 50 of the world's finest billiard players for the Macau Casino World Match Play Championships for 2025. On Monday, 50 started out in 10 groups of 5 and they played group games for 3 days. And then we had the knockout stages and we whittled it down, and now there are only 2. One man I do want to mention before we go any further is an Indian player who is here and who would like to make the point, as I fully concur with, and he played beautifully as he does on every tournament, a man who has many different disabilities, including an ocular one and problems with his legs and his hips, and yet he is competing with able-bodied players of the highest order, knocking in breaks of hundreds and 200s, whatever. So I think it should be an encouragement to anybody to get involved in the WDBS, the disability snooker that is available all around the world. I'd like a round of applause, please, for Raja Subramanian. And so to our final, we're playing the modified rules short games of 100 points each. It's a best of 15, so the first player to 8 will lift the trophy. We're going to play 6 games and then take a little break for about 15 minutes. First of all, I'd like to introduce to you our refereeing team and marking team all the way from Korea. Our marker for the final is Eun-jun Park. And our referee is a typical Australian man, quiet, reserved, very little opinions about life or anything, but he is a force when he's at a billiard table. He's a brilliant guy, has flown all the way from Australia to be here. A great referee, Mr. Paul Cosgrave. And so to our finalists. Boy, did they have a different journey to the final here today. First of all, a man who went 5-all and then had 2 fantastic games to take a win of 7-5 against the brilliant Sri Krishna Suri. Would you please welcome one of the finest players that the world has ever seen to lift a cue and plays all over the world. Let's hear please for Pankaj Advani. And his opponent, the man from Middlesbrough, who dispatched Peter Gilchrist in a 7-2 semi-final that could have gone either way for the first 4 or 5 frames, and then Dave had a run of 5 tons with 4 100s unfinished and a 98 unfinished. And in fairness to Peter, he said afterwards there's not a lot you can do if somebody is knocking in 100 breaks at every single visit. Your other finalist, ladies and gentlemen, is Mr. David Causier. So, the first 6 games, and then we will have a break of 15 minutes. Enjoy the game. Welcome to Carlo, welcome to SBI, welcome to the Macau Casino World Matchplay Final.
Thank you very much. Well done, David. Game 1, David Causier to break.
Just an observation about the break-off shot. It's a little different in this format because it doesn't matter so much with the modified rule if you leave your white hanging out over the pocket. It's more important to get the red towards the centre of the table and away from the corner pocket. Is that what you've been doing, Chris?
Yeah, I've been trying to. Like you say, the main aspect would be to not leave your opponent the cannon, so obviously you want to get the red into bulk, but not got to worry about your opponent potting your ball, because that's, as we're going to explain the modified rules,
Yes.
makes potting the white not really in many situations a very good tactic.
Yeah, so what does that rule read?
So with the modified rules, if you are playing and you come to the table as a result of your opponent potting your cue ball, then when you come to the table for your first shot, you can play in hand, correct? Yep. You can play any ball, whether it's in bulk or out of bulk. So effectively there is no double bulk, pot white and double bulk, because that does not exist, because if that happens then you can play backwards into bulk. But there is no miss as well. There's only all misses are now fouls effectively. So if you're playing and you knock a ball into bulk yourself, perhaps you double bulk yourself on overhitting the shot, for example, you've then got to play out of bulk and you've got to hit a ball. You cannot play the miss to the side cushion, for example, or something like that. So
yes,
that the reason why that was brought in for this format is that a few years ago was just to try and make the game more attacking, encourage more open play, less pot-white double bulk, which perhaps we may see quite a bit otherwise with the short game target.
Yes, well, that finish line's very close, very, very close on 100 up. And there has been a bit of a capacity to play very safe, and I think the rules have been very effective in shutting that down. But it does disarm a lot of the Indian players who do love that safety aspect of the game. So I think some of them have been struggling with it.
Yeah, it's certainly adds a different element to the game, and obviously there's times when you need to think quite creatively about safety play. When you would normally pot your opponent's ball and you have to play something else. Sometimes you do see a player potting their opponent's ball if they only need perhaps 20 for game, and then they would run out the remaining points off the red.
17.
But then there's the potential added pressure of, if you miss, there's no safety net of playing a double bulk. So
19.
that's the rules that we're playing here. And straight away, though, Dave Causier is at the table. Not quite in perfect position yet, of course, but
Causier, 19.
although, as we say, that's in off the reds. Brought his visit to an end there. Early days, of course.
Early days, but if he can carry on the form that he did against Gilchrist, whereas Angus just mentioned the last 5 frames, he effectively ran out. And that's just an awesome performance at this level against a quality opponent like Gilchrist.
Yeah, he really went into another gear, did Dave Causier there.
But a few of the players who haven't played under these rules, in fact even Pankaj last night, came to the table and didn't realise he could play the red, which was in balk. And he was playing Rob Hall, and Rob actually said afterwards, did you realise you could have played the red? And Pankaj kind of slapped his forehead and said, oh yes, that's right, I could have.
Okay.
So this match is the first time these two have played since the final of the Invitational in Mumbai at the Cricket Club, where it would be fair to say that Pankaj humbled Dave, mind you playing on Pankaj's home table,
15.
but it was an awesome performance. But this is a different format, different country, different time, same
17.
players.
Yeah, Dave Causier obviously looking to defend his title here.
Are you bold enough to make a prediction?
20.
Very hard one to call. I won't sit on the fence, but I will. So it's going to be best of 15, first to 8. So I would say 8-6 Causier.
I would also say 8-6 Causier. But anything could happen. These two, I think, to my mind, are probably the form players of this tournament. As we mentioned in the semi-final, Pankaj was the only player to go through the group stages without dropping a single frame in 100 up format. That's an impressive record.
Yeah, and the
27.
performance in the group stage is not simply a case of how many games you've won. The number of games you won within each match. For example, if you've won 20 games and lost 0, that all contributes to the seeding position in the draw. So players are not
Pankaj
simply
came through number 1, obviously, through the group stage.
Yeah, so players are not simply looking to sing or a 5-0 or 4-1 any will do. They're always trying. Every game matters, and even effectively every point matters, because if necessary, it even goes as far as your aggregate points, your average points, and so on. All those stats come into the equation at some point. So it's full concentration all the way through, and it has been quite a busy schedule. The schedule has picked up the last couple of days. For the group stage, it was 1 or 2 matches a day, but yesterday was 3 rounds of knockouts, and obviously the semi-final and final next day. So,
well, that potentially went wrong for Pankaj. He hit the jaw, but it's come in and out of balk back into a favourable position, and he's still got them in easy places.
And just while Pankaj does manoeuvre these balls around, there is one extra aspect, Peter, about the rules which we should mention, which
38.
probably won't occur in this final, but we have seen it a couple of times, is there is a stalemate rule for this format where, similar to snooker, if the referee thinks that the players are tapping back and forward and not progressing the situation through safety play, then they can call that there will be a stalemate. Normally the players will have 2 or 3 shots each to try and resolve that situation. Otherwise, the scores remain the same. The scores are not zeroed, as it were, but the players will have to string, and then there's a break-off shot, effectively, but
Right.
the game carries on with the same scores from that starting position.
That hasn't been invoked yet, has it?
I think there may have been a situation once or twice in this event, actually, but I'm not sure how far it got, to be honest, whether it was resolved by the referee or resolved by the players after the referee warns the players. But that's in there because sometimes the knock-on effects of the rules, as sometimes a rule change can always have a knock-on effect somewhere else, and
Sure.
players were so reluctant to go for a shot that may have been quite risky, and also reluctant to pop the white, so
50.
so that rule is in place for that situation.
I did see a discussion. The rule wasn't invoked, but there was a discussion in one of Rob Hall's match, I think against Saurabh Qatari from memory, where the referee did offer them a warning, and then the players talked him out of that by saying, actually, we're not playing kind of repeating stalemate shots. Each shot is different. And safety exchanges, as in snooker, are permitted and they're part of the game, especially in this format. But it's potentially there if it bogs down. Pankaj is one of perhaps half a dozen players, somebody more knowledgeable will correct me, who've made 1,000 break in the modern game post-Second World War. In fact, he made the 1,000 break in a 100 up match, which sounds ridiculous, except that he was offering 1,000 start in a match to 100. So he started on minus 1,000 and knocked in 1,000 break. If you're looking at our stream, of course, you can comment. If you're on YouTube, you can tell us where you're from, what you're doing. And we'd be interested to hear your predictions too. Chris and I have stuck our necks on the line and given you our predictions, but you be brave and tell us what you think.
And obviously with the 100 up format, it's different to timed in the aspect that in a timed match, after a certain length of time, potentially you may have the point where the player that's behind can no longer catch up because it's just not physically possible. But obviously every game is a starting afresh in this format. Let's hope we see a close final and both players really play their best.
Okay, so we've got two who disagree with Chris and I, although they've reversed the scores. 8-6 Pankaj, 8-6 Pankaj.
Do
you think this seesaw cue action will catch on?
Certainly unique, isn't it? But I think Pankaj has always played that way. I remember we spoke yesterday, Peter, and you felt he had made perhaps some changes which made the motion slightly less pronounced, would you say?
I don't know about less pronounced. Certainly it's reliable. So for those of you that weren't listening to that discussion, you'll notice that Pankaj has this unique seesaw action where the cue goes up and down. He doesn't chin the cue. He starts 3 inches above the cue, but on the last stroke raises the cue up and touches the chin and then delivers. And he repeats that time after time, so it's one more variable which is taken out of the cue action. I think it makes him very reliable. Stylistically, he's quite conservative, so you'll see David playing more flamboyant shots
86.
and Pankaj making very clever and conservative shot choices. So that's Pankaj's standard method of crossing the balk line. He doesn't
89 balk line cross.
bother with the figure of 8 shot made famous and employed by other players, but made famous by Mike Russell.
91, 93.
Oh, lost the opponent. Won't be an issue. He only needs a further 7 points.
Pankaj is such a confident potter, isn't he? Obviously, he's got a very strong snooker background.
Yes, and I'm told, well, by Pankaj, that he's having another crack at the World Snooker Tour as well. How old is he now? 40-ish?
99.
Still a young man in billiards terms, but in snooker terms, that's getting up there.
102 in the game. Pankaj Advani.
Yeah, Pankaj is 39 years of age, so he has been around for some time on the circuit though. He was a professional on the World Snooker Tour between 2012 and 2014, had 2 quarterfinals on his CV for World Snooker events. And that's a confident start. Obviously Dave had a missed in off there, but still a long way to go of course. But I think for Dave, he'll just want to settle as soon as possible, get his hand on the table, get a nice break going. I think that will naturally help him to relax.
Well, he fell 2 behind against Peter Sheehan in the quarter-final last night and wasn't fussed at all about that.
Game
Then
2,
came back
Pankaj
to
Advani to break.
heavy straps and effectively take the match away from Peter. Now watch this break off. And you'll see that they're keeping the ball a little bit more centrally than they do away from the corner pocket. It makes that cannon a bit harder.
Yeah, exactly, and having the nice judgment of pace there to put your cue ball rather on the side cushion there, quite close to the side cushion, makes the cannon pretty much not on from that position. So that was a good break off there.
Tricky angles here. Oh, what a lovely delivery.
And where the white is very inviting.
On the way to the races again on the very first shot.
5.
Will he run out from here? Let's watch and see.
Playing conditions have been fantastic this week. Huge thanks to Snooker and Billiards Ireland and here in Carlo for providing those conditions. The Strom Superfine cloth was absolutely incredible the way they played. Peter, I know you played in the event as well. How did you find the conditions?
Challenging to start with, Chris, but once I had the pace a little bit more, I found them to be fantastic. But it's playing on these slick cloths is something akin to driving a Ferrari. If you can drive a Ferrari, they're a great machine to drive. But if you can't drive a Ferrari, it's very dangerous. And sadly, I can't drive a Ferrari.
Yeah, the slide on the cushions and the cloth is really quite incredible if you're not used to it. But these players are so accustomed; they settle in so quickly to various tables and conditions. And it's interesting that the Indian players, they don't all practice on these types of tables.
No.
I think the table that Dave practices on is not like this either, so obviously he gets plenty of play in match play tournaments on the circuit and so on, but it just goes to show how quickly they adapt.
19.
And, it's a heated star table, of course. RMF Balls, who are a supporter and sponsor of World Billiards. And as we were saying, we're so grateful for Macau Casino, the main sponsor here. Salmon
Yes.
Engineering provided the sponsorship for the Irish Open, and SBI and the Talbot Hotel have all really been so generous in their support.
Yes. The Macau Casino is, in fact, not in Macau. It's in Cork. But they tell me it's a wonderful establishment.
29.
He just looks totally in control here, doesn't he?
32.
So I wonder if this is the first run out we'll see. As Peter Gilchrist found in the semi-final, one mistake, and David can knock in 100. 5 in a row effectively in the last 5 frames for David. Almost, one of them was 98,
57.
but was not.
That was a nice double kiss cannon there, and Postman's not positioned. Be interesting to see how long Pankaj keeps this Postman's knock going.
Postman's knock is called Postman's knock because of the double rat-tat-tat on the ball,
40.
the second ball. So the purpose is to push the red over the pocket, come down, kiss that ball
42.
completely full, and make it stay in position. So it's effectively locked on that top cushion. Look at this control, just maintaining that angle. Combinations of speed and side spin to just keep that ball trapped there. Comes up high.
48.
And with this cannon, if you're slightly wide or slightly narrow, you can adjust the contact on the white by using a touch of running side or check side. Here we see the 369 is what we call that, a pot red followed by the crossing off, and then pot in the middle to come back to the top end of the table.
Greetings, Anu.
56.
Yes, I think you're probably right that Causier's had it his own way for a while. It's been quite a revelation having these guys back in the billiards fold. Not just the strength of the Indian players, but the depth
59.
and the number of guys they've brought across here. They had a few of the players chose not to play the Irish Open warm-up event. So we had one plane load that included Pankaj, Saurav Katari, Dwight Sharia and Dhruv Sitwala. Now, had that plane crashed along the way, we would have all been 4 places higher up the world rankings.
Yeah, it's fantastic that they made the trip over, and there was some initial concern when their cues didn't show up, and their suitcases, I believe.
Yes, well, but Saurav didn't have his cue. Now he's come a little out of position here, but I think he'll be able to get him off this end to keep control.
69.
It's just incredible to see all the best players in the world competing under one roof. That's what we all want to see, and hopefully we'll continue to see that going forward. Well,
Hopefully. I think it's too early to declare that peace is broken out, but let's hope that these guys can be playing in the billiards events.
So I think he just had a look at the angle that he might leave for the in-off the white after potting this red. Or he may choose to run through the white now. He can pop the red from the D if he goes back to the D in hand after this.
No, he's not frightened of that shot.
73.
Not quite sure why the white's there. Why would he put it there, Chris?
Yeah, he may have expected that to be a little bit more into the middle of the table. Where that white is now, he's not able to go in off it from in hand. Because it'll be way too thin.
This looks like a 5 shot, doesn't it? Almost. In no man's land there a little bit as well, so...
Yeah, he's just struggling, isn't he, slightly to exactly get the balls how he wants, but I think if he pushes the red over the middle pocket and then pops it again, he'll be looking to going off that white, so it's not quite perfect for a minute, but all the while, the most important aspect really from him is look at his score totaling up now 79, so he only needs enough for 21, so I don't think he'll worry if he's not in absolutely prime position. He'll be
82.
Well, because he started on 0, and we are using the balk line crossing rule here, so he is required to cross the balk line between 80 and 100 points. So that might be the remaining challenge that he has to face.
We often see Pankaj doing the bulk line crossing from playing 2 pots off the spot and then going up to the middle spot and potting it and going in and out of bulk from that angle. So it's not perhaps the most conventional way from...
I think it's a very safe way, and he's a no-risk player.
Yeah, it's really interesting, isn't it? I mean, we love watching top of the table play, floating white post mark and so on, but it's so interesting to see the open play, isn't it? And how they manoeuvre the balls around, like you say, no risk. You know, that's the way they compile these massive breaks in normal format and time format, and these one visit breaks in this format.
So here's that shot we were talking about right now. So easy as pie, comes back down again. Bit close to the rail here. Got an easy in off the white.
Yeah, I can't see any way that this can go wrong from here. And of course, the main factor, I think Dave will feel, is he's not done a huge amount wrong so far.
No, he's only had a couple of shots, and neither of them bad.
97.
So 3 points required. You might be able to get a screw back. It looks like you'll have to be careful here, but you should.
99.
Oh, no.
Just potted the white.
Smart. Just get it out of the way so he's got better cueing on the red.
Yeah, I think the pot white, the pot red beforehand, the white might have been in the way. So
102 on the
nice
game.
potting on the top pitch, and that gives Pankaj Advani a 2-0 lead. So he's obviously got the initial advantage here. Dave, like you say, has not really had much chance to get going so far.
So Dave's headed off to the men's room to splash some water on his face, no doubt, and regroup after the initial shell shock. For those of you who've tuned into this accidentally and not sure what you're watching, we would commend to you one more time the YouTube video How English Billiards is Played, which is a 5-minute and 20-second précis of the rules, the game, and some of the strategies that are involved. Adrian Wright is asking, do most of the billiards players use the new chalk, the Taom chalk? I think a lot of them do, but some of them are not of the view that it's a real thing. I know Martin Goodwill uses the old-fashioned chalk, and Peter Gilchrist does. Got an interesting comment about that. They said that when you drop the new Taom chalk, it's round and it rolls under the table, which could destroy your concentration. So,
yeah, not great if you needed a few points with only a few seconds left. But
I'm told there's a technical difficulty with the scoreboard, so there might be a brief pause while we reset that. Of course, we also maintain a manual scorer here as well, and that's Ujun Park from Korea. So if there is a problem with the electronics, then we have a manual backup system.
bad man, you say I have no idea who he is.
Chris, we're often asked how the top snooker players might go if they picked up billiards. Have you got a view on that?
Well, I think they would certainly adapt to it very quickly. Just their incredible accuracy of cueing and ball striking. I mean, you look at players like Sean Murphy, who has played billiards in the past, and is a very capable player. Obviously, the strike of the cue ball needed is different for snooker compared to billiards.
In what way do you mean that?
I think snooker is a lot more. Players generally would have a more punchier action, whereas billiards you're often playing above centre, trying to get the ball rolling. And I think that's probably the biggest things, that the actual cue action. You may be a lot longer. Some players have a longer flowing action, like Pankaj, for example. Whereas, like, if you look at some snooker players, Mark Allen, for instance, it's very short and not a lot,
Compact,
not a lot of movement in any aspect, really. So
compact and punchy.
yeah, sure, and not to mention the shot choices and the strategy of the game, but I think just their ability of cue ball control would stand in very good stead for sure, the top players.
I did ask that question specifically to Peter Gilchrist concerning Ronnie O'Sullivan, who, of course, many consider to be the greatest snooker player ever. And Peter was of the view that he'd be able to do pretty well, but not contend with the top guys because of the lack of shot knowledge. We're asked how come Koreans got into reffing English billiards. Well, Mr. Kilnam Lee actually was the first to be exposed to it, came along to a tournament and in fact asked to come along and learn how to referee, and the directors at World Billiards, yourself included, Chris, just lobbed him in the deep end, I'm told, and said, well, we've got a volunteer, we're going to use him. So and he had such a good time that he went back to Korea and commended the game to his friends. So he's the kind of leader of the gang of four that turned up from Korea.
Yeah, it's really positive to hear that there are some developments for English billiards over there. I know Karen Billiards is very popular. And
what a lovely shot from Pankaj there. Gentle screw back, and look where he's put the red.
yeah, he'll be delighted with where that's gone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's great to see. And I know they have got some players in Korea as well that not of this world-class level, but it's great to hear that they're developing the game and the referees are developing, and hopefully we'll see that grow in the years to come. Kilnam Lee is a great guy, and all the Korean referees, it's been fantastic to have them here.
I mean, how hard is it? They're counting the score in a foreign language. They're maintaining the hazard count. They're maintaining the pot count. They haven't had to worry too much about the cannon count, but and all of that in a foreign environment, in a foreign language. I mean, that's impressive.
Yeah, fantastic, isn't it? And they're, like I say, they've been refereeing the very best players in the world.
And at pace. I mean, refereeing Causier for anybody, an experienced billiards referee, is a challenge.
Absolutely, and if you're, in a timed format, especially, for example, when we had the Irish Open, we had some huge breaks there, and it can be quite nerve-wracking if you've only refereed a 100 break, for example, and you're suddenly calling out 400. The pressure can sometimes feel like it's very much on. So
17.
People watching, the occasion, and so on. So it's been a fantastic effort from them, and hopefully we'll be able to work with them all in the near future again.
Working.
So the scoreboard now shows the break counter, so you can see from here that Pankaj Advani is in again with 25 on the board, 25 break, so looking very much ahead. Of course, he will need to cross the bowl line if he gets that far, but still, we can't take anything for granted. But these players, they look just so assured, and like Dave hasn't really had a chance to get going yet. But
Has he scored a point yet?
30.
Did he score anything in the first frame? Not sure that he's actually scored a point yet. And he's David Causier, the beast.
3.
I do love the way that Pankaj just keeps things simple and uses his pace control.
36.
Okay, we did get a score in the first frame, we're told.
Pankaj Advani.
Ah,
36.
at last, says David. He's human. Now let's see where David's head's at. This is missable.
2.
Yeah, I did think Pankaj was going to go on for longer there, but like you say, Peter, that everybody is, can miss those shots. That we're all human after all, and
Well, I sometimes wonder about David. Some of the shots he produces.
5. 7.
yeah, David's a great shot maker, of course, and
Best I've ever seen, Chris. Best I've ever seen.
incredible how he can restore a position
9.
from a series of shots, recovery shots, and all of a sudden, in no time at all, look at that
Like
red
this,
going all around the
like
table,
this.
in behind the white, or the yellow, we should say, and from here he can set
Eleven.
up top of the table play after, well, within the next 2 shots, I would think.
And look at the speed that he plays
Okay.
at.
Yeah, there's no sort of taking your time
16.
to sort of
Mm.
get settled in. He just plays at his own pace, of course. One of the fastest players in the game, if not the fastest, and
The fastest statistically. The fastest. And given that he plays so
Okay.
much open game as well, that's even more surprising. But they say that if you're a quick snooker player, you might take 20
21.
seconds. One of the others like 19 or 20 seconds. Count these, you'll find that the average shot time is about 10 or 11 seconds.
24.
The ball's hardly down before David's playing his next shot.
26.
yeah, one shot flows into the other very much more so than snooker.
Yep. There's virtually no thinking time
39.
involved here. He's just got a very, very fast billiards brain.
And that's why you often see the referee standing a lot
31.
closer to the action. Paul Cosgrave is doing a fine job here so far. One of the very top referees in billiards from Australia.
34.
Now we're very proud of Paul and easily the best performed Australian here. We've actually got 2 referees here from Australia. We also have Shuang Yu Jia from Queensland, who's travelled to Ireland to be here.
36.
And can you believe this weather? I'm told that Ireland's meant to be foggy, misty, cold and wet. We haven't seen a cloud in the sky. It's been beautiful sunshine, mid-20s the whole time.
Yeah, the weather's been great. I mean, we've
Ooh,
36.
unexpected.
unexpected. Did seem to rush that, even by his own standards. Having said how fast he is, you can still rush one. Didn't have his timing yet. This is not obvious what to do here. That white's in a tricky situation. Yes, that was missable. We were looking at a shot of Peter Sheehan there, policeman from Liverpool, who worried David last night, managed to come back against him before David hit the accelerator and skipped away from him.
6.
Yeah, Dave beat Peter Sheehan 6-3 last night. And
Peter levelled up at 3-all, didn't he? And David won the last 3.
8.
And it was Peter Sheehan who ended David's 16-month run of no defeats at WBL tournaments in the Manchester City Open just a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Peter's a very fine player. He's won a tournament on the circuit, the Jim Williamson Open, on his return after about 18 years away from the game, focusing on work and family and so on. And he's been back playing for 3 or 4 years now, and it's amazing to see him playing again. And
14.
a very, very fine player, fast scorer, capable of huge breaks, and we're seeing really great billiards from him. Of course, Peter has been a runner-up in this event.
Ooh, that's a miss.
14.
You can see the side he had on there with the...
That's Angus McAnally and Paul Lloyd, proprietor of the snooker club, and between them, the cup for this event.
Yeah, Paul Lloyd is a great supporter of billiards, and his Landywood Snooker Club, of course, the host venue for the World Billiards Championship for the last couple of years and for this year later in the year. So it's great to see him here. Does a huge amount for snooker and billiards. And Angus McAnally, of course. What more can we say?
Yes, that hasn't been said. So, not quite ideal here yet.
5.
So this is a place that Pankaj is not as comfortable as he usually is, and that's in the open, where he doesn't have them under tight control. Once he gets them to tight control, he's a very hard man to stop, but less comfortable in this situation than Causier. Causier seems to find shots in the middle of the table from anywhere, whereas Pankaj is actually having to figure it out. This could go wrong, and has.
9.
Did not want that to go in.
Yeah, that's not the ideal outcome at all, is it? He would have wanted to, I think, see a shot whereby he could go in off the whites next shot. But having to play this kind of, and that's a great effort.
That is a fantastic shot from him. Don't think he can get in off the white, so he's forced to keep going with the red. Maybe he can. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, I don't think he can get in off it from there, but it's whether he can get in off it in a few shots' time. But it looks pretty much hanging over that pocket, doesn't it? So if that's the case, then the prospects of this break continuing would be very much reduced, really.
Pankaj
That
Advani.
was such a difficult pot, wasn't
That
it?
was such a difficult pot. And this is not easy either. Although it's the kind of shot from which David invents something. Camera there on Darren Clark. Yep.
Yeah, Darren, one of the directors of World Billiards as well, who does a huge amount of work for the circuit and for the game in general.
So you can put the yellow right next to the red here.
Oh.
Let's count how many shots to top from here. I can't see the pattern. Can you see it?
It's certainly going to be not non-standard, if you like. I know there's certain shots really where you cannot really control all 3 balls, even for these great players. So
What's he playing here? Safety.
So here's
Causier.
probably the first real safety shot I think we've seen
I
in this
think it
final.
is. I think it is. I think it's all been attacking up to date.
I was speaking to somebody yesterday and they said, well, how do you play safe in billiards, you know, but I think the main thing is if you try and put balls perhaps on opposite side cushions, and obviously it depends where the red is, for example, but
Yeah. I think most players will try and line up the red in a straight line, won't they, to make that pot really difficult down along the rail.
yeah, if you're going to leave a pot for your opponent, you want it to be a pot whereby you think, well, the chances of them getting it or even wanting to go for it are quite slim. So even you hear in snooker about percentage shots and percentage shot choices, but I think that's the same in billiards, really.
So we might have a little bit of an extended safety battle here.
Yeah, you won't see these players going for an all-round the table cannon unless it was
Good odds.
good odds, yeah.
Yeah.
Or if the angle was favourable.
Of the two, it might be David who breaks the safety battle and has a lash. Just caught the edge of the jaw there and it's pushed that ball out in the middle of the table, but still nothing easy.
Yeah, it's that risk and reward, isn't it, that the players
Yep.
are weighing up.
Almost a wide enough angle for a forcer. That is a white to red cannon. But I'm not sure that Pankaj is minded to take those shots on.
Yeah, interesting. So Pankaj attempting the in off into the far top pocket. Perhaps he knew that with the where the red was, that there was a chance that he could leave something that wasn't straightforward. Obviously, Dave's got the cannon there, but it's not exactly the ideal situation. There's still a lot of work to
Both
do.
balls in the balk there, yeah.
Ball.
This yellow come out nicely for an in off.
It always does. It's Dave Causier.
Yeah, that's. Could that be the first little shot that we see that could start changing things around here for Dave? We can get in here and
He needs it. There's a big difference between 2-1 and 3-0, psychologically.
8.
This is a very familiar, comfortable position for David.
10.
looks like he's got a shot off either ball, or maybe the red is a bit wide, but he's got an in off the white, or the yellow, we should say. We keep calling it the white.
We do.
But it's,
We're old-fashioned.
even though the two white balls are probably earlier than my time, but still.
Yeah, that's right. You're too young to be making this mistake, Chris. I have an excuse. I did play with two white balls.
14.
In fact, we used to play with what we called a plain white and a spot white. And the
16.
balls were made of ivory originally, and that black spot was a little piece of ebony that they put in the vein that runs through the tusk, I'm told, with the ivory ball. So they just put a little ebony plug in there and that became the spot ball. And for those of you with a mind for trivia, you'll also notice that the scoreboards, even the snooker scoreboards these days, one of the markers, the manual scoreboards that is, one of the markers will have a little spot on it. That's all related to the history of billiards and its influence on snooker, which came later.
23.
Yeah, and of course for the last maybe 10 years or so we've been using these spotted cue balls, white and yellow with the red spots on, as you can see, which I think is fantastic. And I think snooker now is one of the only,
25.
possibly the only cue sport that doesn't actually use the spotted cue ball.
And I'm told that in fact the World Authority for Snooker introduced the spotted cue ball, but did not consult the players, and so all the players objected. Now, had the players stuck with it, they would have found that they've enjoyed the spot ball. Certainly the billiards players and the pool players all love playing with the spot ball. You can see any mistake that you made. A lot of snooker players choose to get a set of billiard balls so they can get a spot ball and find any errors in their cueing, because it shows up the side straight away. In billiards, it reveals all the secrets of these great players when we can see those balls spinning like a top.
Yeah, it certainly adds a great deal to the game from a spectator's point of view and a player's point of view, as you explained there, Peter.
This is not absolutely obvious, but David will create something.
36.
Yeah, just before that shot only needed 10, now just needs 8 points, so they say in snooker that you don't sell someone until you get your first frame on the board, so
It's true.
I think that's the same applies for billiards, and the first game for Dave looks like it's going to be registered very shortly.
Barry Russell says, "Here comes the machine." Yes. Now we're shortly going to be creating the celebrity commentary team with 2 directors of world billiards at the same time. And that's the boss himself, Managing Director Jason Colebrook, is going to be replacing me in the chair. So I'll hand over now to Jace.
Going forward. Pankaj Advani to break.
G'day, Chris.
Hi Jason, yeah, and as we see there, Dave Causier getting his first game on the board. I think that will help him to settle, won't it?
Yeah, definitely. That was an interesting frame, wasn't it? It was very atypical of these matches. Long safety battle, a couple of misses. Looks like that's going to go around the back. Oh, very close in the end.
Yeah, you often see these cannons, don't you, go around the back? I don't know if it's just
Yeah.
me, but
This should be nice here. Looks like you can get that white out of balk and push the red to the hole.
2.
Just like that. The white's now right in the middle of the magic circle, as we call it.
yeah, that great magic circle, yeah, where you can go off into, well, one or possibly both middle pockets. So I wonder if he'll play the 6 shot here if he can, if he's got the angle for it.
He got that not quite how he wanted. I think he wanted his cue ball next to that right-hand middle pocket for the cross loser, but he's okay there.
7.
A little bit soft.
Yeah, a bit short, isn't he? Well, first short journey of the match, I think.
Yeah, Dave really needed that frame. Even though a 15 sounds like a lot, if you get 3 down against guys that can make a 100 break, it's very hard to recover.
Yeah, definitely, and it's now that we've seen both players a bit more settled, hopefully we'll see some free-flowing billiards. I'm sure that it's incredible how they can convert position, isn't it, into a game-winning chance when they get the balls in perfect position. But
It's not gone quite ideal, but he'll screw red to white here and probably send the red up and down into the corner as well. You're a little bit in the lap of the gods with that one.
yeah, you can't always control all 3
No.
balls, can you?
Not too bad though. White cushion red, it looks like, or is he going to screw back enough? I'll screw it off.
Okay.
What a great field this has been. I know everybody said it, but just fantastic. When you look at the when I looked at the quarterfinals, the class of the players.
It's been fantastic, hasn't it? I think probably the best field for, well, a good few years. I mean, we've had some great events since COVID.
17.
Since Melbourne, I think it's the best field since Melbourne.
Yeah.
Melbourne, we had a similar sort of field, except we also had Mike Russell, Matthew Bolton, and some Myanmar players.
Yeah, that was the 2019 World Championship,
Yeah.
wasn't it, in Melbourne? That was fantastic. And hopefully going forward we can see more events with this sort of quality of field. It's a real treat for all of us that are watching and playing.
This is a tricky one. He'd love to go in off in the right-hand top pocket, but he doesn't want the red to kiss the white. Like that.
23.
Not too bad. Next event after this on the World Billiards calendar is Belgium. The Belgian Open, the Irish Open, the Belgian Open and the European Open in Bruges. Recently on my Facebook feed, a list popped up of the most beautiful cities in the world, and Bruges was number 1.
39.
Yeah, it's a great event, and we're really well looked after there at the Trick Shot Club. by Ollie and all his team there. It's a great venue, and it'll be our third visit to that venue, so we're looking forward to that one. That'll be the timed format again.
And after that, in June,
29.
is what used to be the Asia Pacific. It's now been renamed the Walter Lindrum Australian Open, and that'll be a great event in June.
I think it's great, isn't it, Jason, to have an event named after the great man himself?
Yes. And with his, I don't know what the exact relationship, grand niece or something, Tammy will be there. We have a nursery cannon challenge at that event on one of the days, just before the knockout stage.
Yeah, I saw a video of that last year, and that, I think, created quite a bit of interest.
A bit of fun, $20 buy-in gets you a go. We may consider handicaps this year. Peter and Steve Mifsud were fairly convincingly 1 and 2. But a bit of fun. Everybody who thought they could play nurseries was a bit surprised by the speed of the new cloth and the slippery cushions. After one cannon, they'd gone slightly awkward.
I digress slightly, but do you think, Jason, if the nursery cannon limit or the cannon restrictions in billiards, if that was lifted, do you think more players would potentially practice that form of the game?
I'd like to see that. I think with these guys being able to make 200, 300, 400 at the top, the appeal of 150 points in nursery cannons is not strong enough. I think it's time for a tweak. It would be great to see somebody have a serious go at it. Most of the top players could probably run 20 or 30 nurseries any time, but I don't know whether any of the top players these days can turn the corners and pass the middles.
Yeah, that takes a huge amount of skill, doesn't it? I mean, it's not something that people really practice now, so it's almost perhaps even becoming a lost art for most players.
So the two rule changes that pop up most often, usually in Facebook debates, is that one and the making pot wide a foul. That creeps in quite often. I've played a couple of sort of friendly matches with friends where pot white's a foul, and it's quite interesting. You're very careful when you're playing cannons where the other guy's ball may drop in.
It's gone a little bit scrappy here again. Of course, both players just trying to get the balls under tight control, but
this is a pretty nice leave now. If he can get in off that yellow, pop it over the middle pocket, red right in the centre. We may leave that yellow for the drop cannon, just play a slow long loser off the red to put in drop cannon position. He'd love to get to top and knock in 90 odd and bring it to 2-all.
yeah, I think if Dave, when Dave makes this the next sort of big run out break, I think that will settle him down even further.
7.
The modern players here, they always play to set up that drop cannon. I think the old-fashioned players would have gone it off the red, brought it up into the magic circle.
But I think it's quite a nice position where the red is in the middle of the table, because if it's sort of right down on the top cushion there, it's close to the top cushion, you have to be really accurate, don't you,
Exactly,
with the contact on the red.
It is almost no chance of getting a line-up or a smother if you play a cannon at that red.
$17. 19.
Red camera work as always from Sam, TYP.
Yeah, it's great to see those close-ups, isn't it? Especially with the spotted balls, as we've been saying.
That's brilliant.
On some shots, you can really see what the players are doing with the cue ball.
4.
It's not quite. It's come all right. I thought he'd hit that a little bit too thin at first. He's laid in for what we call the 369.
Yeah, I think he could get in off the yellow from hand if needed. I think it's just far enough into the middle of the table to do that, so...
Probably it looks a bit tight. He might have to check side if that's what he plays. I was very pleased in the semi-finals to see Suri take it right up to Pankaj. He's a great player. Very attacking. I think maybe with a few more years he might bring a bit more safety into his game. Very, very strong pot.
Yeah, he's great to watch, isn't he? And such a fast attacking player and fearless, I would say.
And he's a very friendly young guy. We've spent a fair bit of time with him in the bar, but don't tell his dad.
Yeah, great guy. And it's great to see him here. And I think certainly he's always a contender for these great events. And I think, as you say, his game will probably go from strength to strength in the coming years.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a tough one. They were always going to kiss there, so you
Causier?
difficult to judge. So it's another slightly scrappy game.
Yeah, it just shows even for the very best players, the long losers can always be missed, and that was not an ideal angle, but I expected him to continue the break from there.
Yeah, it's hard to tell from this our camera position whether he can get in off that cushion first. Looks like he thinks he can. It looks tight, doesn't it? But maybe he can. Oh yes, he can easily. Cushion first, probably play a little bit of right-hand side.
Four.
A question regarding a timed World Championship with all the top players. Well, yes, the World Championship is always timed these days. I'm hoping that this year we'll have all the top players. Sometimes it's very hard to avoid clashes. There are very busy tournament calendars. Different organisations release their schedules at different times. Last year, the World Billiards World Championship, which was locked in quite early, clashed with the IBSF Snooker Championship, and some of the top Indian players had to go to the IBSF event, which is supported by their federation. It'd be great to have a full field of Indians at Landywood this year for the timed World Championship.
Okay.
The only big name Indian that was missing this year was Rupesh, who suffered an injury leading up to the tournament. He intended to come. Mike Russell at one point was going to play this year, but withdrew, sadly. Would have been great to see Mike here.
Absolutely, yeah, it would have been great to see him play, and sadly Rupesh, like the same, had an injury, so unfortunately couldn't make it. So we saw a shot there just a few moments ago of Paul Lloyd, who's the owner of the Landywood Snooker Club. He's come over here to support the last couple of days of this event, so hopefully we'll have that to look forward to later in the year with all the top players playing for the long format title. But
Great guy, Paul, isn't he? And a big supporter of the sport, not just billiards events, but, you know, snooker, women's, Q School. He really supports the sport.
yeah, he does a huge amount of events. The conditions are absolutely fantastic, and you know, did the Pink Ribbon event, for example, a charity snooker event, raised quite a bit of money for charity. So it's fantastic to see all these initiatives going on at this venue.
31.
Dave's still working to get back into prime position. But of course his score is only well up to 79, so only 21 needed for game. So I'm sure he won't be too worried as long as he can get over the line and get back to 2-all.
A long, thick drop cannon. He should get home as long as he gets a nice result here.
It's that contact on the second ball, Jason, isn't it? That's so important.
Oh,
I think,
absolutely.
I think when when you're practicing, it's obviously the pace of the shot is important. But it's the contact on the second ball that can really dictate whether you get a good lead, whether you increase your chance of getting a cover. Or
Exactly. And experience comes into it so much.
What do you want?
If you're playing that drop cannon to a red that's on the billiard spot, you can hit the red pretty thick. But as it gets closer to the cushion, you can't afford to hit it too thick unless you play the double kiss gathering style of drop cannon.
Causier?
So it's
41.
subtle variations. You're sending the cue ball over a distance of sort of 9.5 feet, so it's tough to judge.
as we saw Dave play a safety there, not wanting to risk giving Pankaj Advani an opening here.
Probably got enough yellow in the middle here, it looks. Probably have to play this off the cushion. It looks a little bit wide. He's played it that way. I thought he'd go the other way.
Yeah, perhaps if it was... It's difficult to tell exactly from our camera, but probably too wide, I would have thought. But
So he's going to say, is he going to play forcing or stun cannon, or is he going to play safe, do you think?
hard to know, isn't it? I mean, I think
Safe.
the situation of the game, how you're feeling is all the exact position, of course. The risk and reward is all in these players' minds.
So he's hit that a bit hard. Pankaj might take this on. No, doesn't like the look of it. The safety battles are quite absorbing for enthusiasts, aren't they? I know some people find them boring, but the tactics, who's going to break first, who's going to make a mistake first.
Yeah, and sometimes it's more than just simply playing back and forward in it. You see players altering the position slightly to try and force their opponent to go for something.
Yeah. The art of it is to play a safety that makes the next guy's safety more difficult. If you're just rolling them backwards and forwards along the cushion, nobody wins those battles. I mean, they're not good for the sport, those battles. That's a good one. Yeah, if you can put the other guy's ball on the cushion, it just makes it a little bit harder for him to control the next shot. Oh, this looks risky. Well, if he does screw enough, then he'll be doing it with the long rest and long cue, though.
Yeah, that certainly alters the shot, doesn't it, and the judgment required.
But from that close, it's very easy to get a little bit of work on it. I'd be interested to see whether he has a go at this.
Yeah, with these cloths, they're so responsive, aren't they? And you only just have to hit slightly below centre. And I think even with the long cue extension, it almost adds more weight to the shot as well, doesn't it? So potentially that you don't have to hit this very hard at all. So this may well be an appetising shot for Pankaj Advani to the point where he can't turn it down.
The modern equipment has made these sort of shots so much easier. 40 years ago, we were playing these with the long cue that the club provided that was a great big lump of wood with a 12mm tip. It was just so difficult.
And no guarantees that it was straight.
Yeah. Well, you don't know what we were playing with 40 years ago, but I'm sure you've seen them. You made that look easy. A little bit of check side to just help it in off the side rail jaw. Makes the pocket just that little bit bigger. Couple of options here. He might pop this red and roll through onto the drop cannon line. He could possibly play a thick in off and push it down for a drop cannon. Yeah, in off on the left-hand side and leave it for a drop cannon. No, plan B, which was my plan A.
Yeah, he's just having a look, isn't he? Pointing his cue at where he wants to leave the white, but he's...
Back to plan B. He could also play thin cannon, red to white, push the red over the middle pocket. So there's actually sort of 3 or 4 ways to play this.
Yeah, sometimes that can actually leave you the shot of being able to chip the white behind the spot.
Mm. A nice drop cannon here.
Yeah, you had to make sure that you didn't leave the red too much into the middle of the table with where the white is, but this looks like a nice natural cannon and good contact on the red.
Level.
Is he going to play the... No, he's not. I thought he might play the gathering thin off the red side cushion.
14.
The old Wattle Lindrum turned the nurseries shot, but it's... I don't know what the right word is, but it's just not Pancage's style to play those sort of shots. Keeps everything very simple and straightforward.
Yeah, and he's certainly not afraid to go up to the centre spot, putting a couple of reds off the spot.
I spent about an hour in the commentary seat with Pankaj the other day, and I told him a story which he'd forgotten, I think. 2015 IBSF Championship, 150 up championship in Adelaide. Pankaj was playing Peter in the final, and the baulk-line crossings were not going well for Pankaj. They had a couple, ugly results, and he, in between frames, he went to the men's room and his coach went to the men's room, and I happened to be in the men's room, and I heard them discussing tactics, and they decided that from then on, Pankaj would do the baulk-line crossing from the middle pocket.
Pankaj Advani, 20.
And ever since then, I think he has. That's what's 10 years ago.
Yeah, interesting, isn't it? And you don't really see the other top players doing that so much. As we saw a missed pot there from
Yes,
Pankaj.
very surprising. And he missed a pot earlier too, didn't he? One he had to hit with a bit of pace.
6.
Yeah, we did see Pankaj miss some pots in the last game, so a bit unexpected, but Dave just needs 3 points now to level the score.
9.
With
Okay.
2 all. Watching their progress through the week, it always felt like this was going to go the distance, this match, didn't it?
Yeah, me and Peter had our predictions actually before this match. We both said that we felt Dave Causier would win 8-6. I know we're already partway through, but since you're in the hot seat, I can ask for your prediction now.
Ooh, I'm going to go Pankaj 8-5. But for no reason. Not because I admire either player ahead of the other player, just a gut like most betting, just a gut feeling.
So it started off as a best of 15, but effectively now we're back to best of 11, back to level scores here. I think both players have gone for a comfort break.
So yeah, those last two frames have really slowed things down a little bit. I've been doing a bit of, been involved with some pool in Singapore, and between billiards and snooker and pool, I get mixed up between games, frames and racks
Game 5.
these days.
Dave Causier to break.
Yeah, we always try to use the word games, of course, which is the correct term for billiards, but sometimes it's easy to slip into say the word frames since we hear it so much with snooker. But
With the 2011 IBSF, Championship, which was in Carlo at the old Ivy Rooms, the players' meeting, I think it was Pascal Guillaume was the chairman at the time, or the tournament director. He was giving the rundown, and every time he called them frames, Gizzetti stood up and said, "No, games, not frames." Happened about 7 times.
Yeah, absolutely. So, so games, of course, is the 100-up games, and a match is a series of games. So in this case, best of 15, and
Hi.
an opening for Dave here. Got a bit of work to do to get the yellow into a nice position.
It's usually the one they do pace, send the red up and down the table.
Hey.
One of our watchers thinks that Dave
Causier. Hey.
Advani has let Dave off a couple of times, which he has. A couple of times he had the opportunity to run out and didn't. But that will happen. That will always happen through the match. Somebody's asked, what about changing the losing hazard limit? I wouldn't be in favour of that. 15's a lot. But, you know, maybe that would be another way for top of the table to not be so all-encompassing way of scoring. If someone could make a 100 break.
Hi.
I know one of the potential varying rules, shall we say, that you've tried in practice, Jason, is the one pot off the spot.
Causier.
Yes.
Hi.
I've got a feeling, not based on anything in particular, that postman's knock would come into vogue with one pots off the spot. I think it's easier to make position for that cannon off the side rail after every pot.
Yeah, and talking about rules, this is the first time I think that we've seen in this final the player playing into bulk.
He just got a little bit too much screw on that, and the right-hand side held it out, but it hit the jaw. So Chris Coombs is going to step out of the commentary box for a little while, and I'm going to be joined by Peter Sheehan. Just get his mic and earphones on. G'day, Peter.
Yep, thanks, Jason.
How you doing?
I'm good, and really enjoying this fantastic final between probably the 2 best players in the world.
Remind us, how was your tournament?
It wasn't too bad. Started a bit slow in the Irish. Got beat by Rob in a tight game in the quarterfinals. The match play, got beat by Dave last night in the quarterfinals, and I think it was quite a high quality game. I had a good start.
Yeah, you jumped out to a 2-0 lead, didn't you?
Yeah, and I think I must have annoyed Dave, and then he's rattled off 3 very quick frames, run-outs. But it was a very, I think I missed 3 shots in the whole match.
Yep.
And it was a really...
It was a very high quality game.
Yeah,
I was watching that.
I enjoyed it.
There's not much you can do when the other guy goes 100, 100, 100.
No, and I think Dave, he continued that against Peter in the semi-finals. He was quite devastating against Peter.
We've been talking about potential rule changes. What do you think about increasing the nursery cannon limit?
It'd be interesting. I think there's some players on the continent who play the cannon players who are really good at the cannons. Like, it's something I don't practice myself, but it'd be interesting to see.
What about one pot off the spot?
Again, be interesting, yeah. It would make it interesting. And I do remember many years ago when we played at match play tournaments when it was a professional game. We played 100 up, and it was 2 crossings.
Yep.
Between 40, 49 and 1999.
Yeah.
And that was interesting, yeah.
7.
And what about pot wide of foul?
I think that would be good.
Yep.
Maybe possibly introduce it to this format. I think this format's really good. Definitely room for place for it.
Yeah, I like the 100 up format.
Yeah,
I actually preferred the 150 up format. There was more balk line crossings came into it.
yeah, that's correct. Yes.
Cool.
I think in this format sometimes, even though you've only got to score 100 points, but if you're playing a time brain and you're flowing,
14.
100 breaks, not too difficult really. But you sort of become a little bit anxious when you need 15 points, and the most obvious shot's in front of you, and your head scrambled sometimes. It's a weird format because you're just that desperate. You want to get to that 100 points.
I think one of the reasons I like it is for the lesser players. You have a chance to steal a game or two.
17.
Yeah, I think it's a leveler. And there's a lot of good players who can, 200, 300 break players who've been in this tournament. And and I think in the group stages, 9 times out of 10 we're chasing, in the UK events, we're chasing Dave as #1 seed, and yourself, Rob and Peter, and some other players as well. But if in this format, if you drop an earlier a frame or two, you start getting a bit anxious and to chase it because it can affect you in the seeding. But I don't think the seedings matter too much in this match play because the quality of play of this event has been fantastic.
So this is where Pankaj was for most of the first two games. He got them down to top pretty quickly.
Yeah, he's just devastating to watch. He's such an economical cue action, if you like. He always plays the right shot. He always leaves like a 3/4 ball pot.
Yeah.
His touch is just delightful. It
I
really
think
is.
he always plays the simple shot too. He doesn't get overly complicated.
His shot selection is outstanding. Always plays the right shot.
34.
Before this match, the last time these two players met, Pankaj made an 850 or something.
Yes, and I was lucky to be there. It was last year in the CCI Club, the Cricket Club of India, in Mumbai. We had the invitational event,
79.
and they played Pankaj in the final, and it was quite a devastating display by Pankaj. He had a 400, and a couple of shots later he had an 8. It was 860 or 870, and it was balk line as well. And it was I think he beat Dave by over 1,500 points over a 5-hour final, which is quite staggering, really.
Yeah.
Admittedly, it was in Pankaj's backyard, if you like, but he was absolutely outstanding.
46.
When the other guy makes an 800 on you, you've been in your seat for 3/4 of an hour. It's tough to get back up.
Yeah, that's it. There's not much you can do, is there? You just got to hold your hands up and say that was just outstanding.
He wanted to go a bit further there.
51.
It's just a master at those. Just a little soft stun, get perfect half ball contact on the red. He's got a few choices here. He's played that perfectly to be on the half ball line. He's a touch wide, is he? He's a touch wide.
Let's get a bit aside, maybe.
57.
Be interesting to see what he does here. I see so many lesser players try to take this straight to the top. It just doesn't work out.
Yeah. I probably would play that shot myself. I'm the way I'm aggressive the way I try and get top as quick as I can. Sometimes it pays off to
the
play a few
guys I
extra
see
shots.
try that, they never get a good drop on the red. They might get the white behind the spot, but I like the way he played it.
I mentioned for the ref, Paul Cosgrave. I think he's an outstanding ref. Watching him, the way he positions himself and around the table, doesn't get in your way. And certainly for a quick play like Dave or yourself, you want the ball back as quick as you can to your bridge hand, and he's superb. Very good ref.
Vastly experienced. He's been on the World Snooker Tour. He's a very good tournament director too. He's a tournament director of a lot of tournaments in Australia. For a while he was the president of that's a very surprising miss.
Pankaj Advani.
Right away.
65.
Yeah. For a while he was the president of the Victorian Billiards and Snooker Association, which is Melbourne and the surrounding area. So a nice opening for Dave here after that very unexpected miss. We'll probably only see Pankaj miss one or two half ball in offs for the week.
Yeah.
And that was one of them.
I say when he arrived, he didn't play the Irish Open, so he arrived.
That missed by a long way too.
Causier?
Pankaj didn't really need any warm up. He just slotted into the group stage. He was doing run outs. His figures were outstanding.
He played in Singapore in an open snooker tournament last year, and first frame of the first match, he made the tournament high break of 136.
Yeah, he's some talent, he really is.
2.
He hadn't arrived the day before and practiced or anything. He just fronted up to the venue, knocked 136 in.
As you do.
Yeah. And went on to win the tournament.
Well,
He's got quite such a unique cue action as well, Pankaj. The way he hits the ball, the delightful timing and touch.
Yeah.
Especially he's playing like the little soft screw cannons. And
everyone talks about that seesaw up and down thing he does, but it stays on the line.
yeah, and it works for them. It's just like I said, Dave's got an unusual cue action, but when he hits the ball, it goes through in a straight line, just like Judd Trump does. It worked for them.
So we've seen the last two in-offs into this pocket miss. We'll see how this one goes. No problem. So a chance to go to the top here via the middle pockets, which the modern player very rarely does.
No, well, it's the most guaranteed way, if you like, as well, isn't it? You know?
Yeah, you take the drop cannon that gins up in a cover out of the equation.
He's played that perfectly here, but he'd ideally like to be on the left-hand side of the table here, but I think there should be enough room to run down, take another pot at the spot, and he's in absolute plum. But he only needs 20 for me, doesn't he?
So how much time do you put into your game, Peter?
Quite a bit. I work full time, so probably too much if I'm honest. You know, the Wi-Fi's at the moment sometimes, but I'm never there. But up until the lead up to this, if I'll do a shift, then I'll probably do 2-hour practice. My days off. Drop my son off at school. I'll go and do 3 or 4 hours, and I'll practice at the Northwest Snooker Academy, which is a very good place with 4 tables in Liverpool, and another private unit I've got access to by one of my sponsors, which is Steve Mansabus. And I have a couple of, mainly Terry McAdam who plays in this event, with my main practice partner. Mark Ayres comes over. There's a couple of people I practice with, but mainly solo. But yeah, I try to play with someone if I can.
Yep.
26.
It's good when you've got a big event like this coming up. It's good to have and you gives you that motivation to practice when you've got something coming up.
So just to give people a help, the week before a tournament, solo practice, what are you going to start with? What are you going to do in a solo session?
Me personally, I will start off with every session 30 minutes of Red Bull, get your in-offs going.
34 in game.
And then I just like playing drop cannons, just like short recovery count at the top, and then try and stay like 300-400 at the top.
Yep.
And just work on anything that I wasn't happy with in the game, whether that be working on the ball line crossing, things like that, or long jennies or short jennies which I've been missing. I'll work on that.
Game 6.
Pankaj has gone to a 3-2 advantage, I think. Yes. Yes, I know a lot of guys, at that, I don't know how to describe it, below your tier, but better than a beginner. Once they get obsessed with top of the table, that's about all they practice.
Yeah, I think it takes years and years of practice to become really, really good at top of the table. But you've got to get the balls there in the first place, and that's the issue. And I think a lot of players, you've become addicted to billiards, and it is an addictive game. You've got to walk before you can run, and learn the all-round game.
That's a pretty good result from that cannon.
Hi.
He's due for 100.
This table is running really nice, lovely, really, very true, doesn't run off. There was a slight issue early in the week with the slate. I think that's been rectified on the ball line.
Okay.
this could go all the way, to be honest, this final.
Yeah, we were saying that before too. Two guys have made so many hundreds a week.
21. Guys, please. Thirty-four. 26.
As we mentioned, Paul, the ref before, I've got a special mention for the Korean refs. I think they've been fantastic.
It's been great, hasn't it, to have them?
Honestly, they've been really, really good. Very
Last year
impressive.
we had 4 or 5 Singapore
Yes.
refs, and this year 4 or 5
Yeah.
Korean refs. It's before. It's fantastic.
Didn't even know that Korean people play billiards or knew about billiards.
Well, they don't. They play carom.
Yeah, they've been very, very, very impressed with them.
I think we owe this to Kilnam Lee.
Yeah,
He's just a Q Sports enthusiast. Made sure that he learnt the rules of snooker and billiards, even though carom's mostly played over there. And he's brought a number of referees along. He's gone away from the top to play a long loser and another long loser.
probably just bring it round to the pyramid spot, put a couple of in-offs and get it round to the middle.
And another long loser.
That's slightly overhit that, isn't it?
Oh, can you get this? It looks very narrow.
43.
Very good result.
45.
At the end of this game, there'll be a 15-minute break the players will take, and when we come back after the break, Rob Hall will be doing some commentary.
$48. $50.
It's not ideal.
Those shots can sometimes go wrong. If you don't get a good contact, it can kick off and you can be in no man's land.
Very good at that shot.
Yeah, he very rarely misses them.
You have to screw those thin on these new cloths, don't you?
Thin and get a bit more screw into it.
How do you play this one? Do you try and put the red over the middle, or do you give it a whack?
I would play thicker as Davis and he's
55.
probably, I think he's okay. Try and get the red. And that's your red over the middle is your insurance red, isn't it? But if you can develop the yellow into an off position, it's perfect. Play that one.
58.
He'd love to bring this back for a pot in the middle so he can get down the other end and recover that yellow.
Yeah.
61.
He's got what he wants now. There's some of the Korean referees. Kilnam Lee on the right with the grey hair. He's the man that came last year and then has come back this year with 3 of his friends.
He came to Landywood, didn't he? Yeah.
He did, yes. He's done very well. When he first contacted us, he wanted to come along as an observer, and we decided to just throw him in at the deep end.
Yeah.
And he's done very well.
Yeah, very impressive.
68.
Almost had to run a little bit. With the thin in-off is on. Probably not too risky.
So is he playing the long Jenny?
Big shot. Played well.
70. $72.
I like the way he's played that to just leave both balls in front of him. not to
Yeah.
try and get too clever or drop on the red or anything.
It's another shot that Dave plays really well.
76.
I've seen guys play that to try and click the red thin on the way back
Yeah.
and leave a pot red, but it's too risky.
It is risky. I mean, you can finish in the top hand in one shot if you get it right. But let's see.
$81 ball, one warning at 80.
Nice drop cannon. The trick on that drop cannon for beginners is don't let the red reach the top cushion. Play it nice and slow.
86.
You'll have to get the yellow into a good position in one spot. Have a good red.
Yeah, that's the main thing. Every time the drop can is get a good red. I think with the yellow is a bonus red.
9.
You can always recover the yellow if you've got a good red.
Yeah.
92.
So 3 or 4 more shots and we'll be level at 3-all and be taking a break.
95.
So set up nicely this.
We would have liked to have been a bit closer with this, I think. Oh, he's solid.
Yeah, it's got an easy cannon coming up.
98.
Dave,
all
3-3.
flying cross. 100 in game.
Okay, 3-3 and we'll be taking a 15-minute break. Please join us in 15 minutes.
Let's hear from both players, please, for Dave Causier and Pankaj Advani.
very much, ladies and gentlemen. Game 7. Dave Causier to break.
Welcome back. Peter Tankard here, and I'm joined in commentary by the great Rob Hall.
Thank you, Peter. Pleasure to be with you.
How do you think the match is going so far? As predicted?
I think so, yeah, it's been a good tussle. Been a few unexpected misses. It's actually good to see that our drops have been
So, Rob, how do you think the match is going so far?
Yeah, it's been a good tussle so far. So I think there's been some unexpected misses from both players in some of the games, which is adds to the excitement. And the this format is designed to create starts and finishes and a bit of drama. So we've had all that, and Dave ran out in the last one with the 100, I think. So it's gearing up to be a real good match between probably the two greatest players in the world right now. So hope it continues in good shape.
So, how does he extract the red out of here? What's his strategy?
Well, he's going to try and centralise the yellow, which he's just done there, and he's going to try and get the yellow fairly close to the bulk line after a series of in-offs. He'll try and get the yellow back for an in-off in the centre pocket at some point, and then play an in-off probably slightly stronger than usual, try and get the yellow close to the bulk line, which will allow him to play a screw cannon.
That's a riskier shot in this format, isn't it? Because it's actually a foul if he fails to make contact with the balls. If he was to lose the opponent's ball into ball.
Yes, he certainly wouldn't risk over hitting one. He'll probably just gradually creep it back towards the bulk line, playing probably 3 or 4 in-offs in the middle, just gradually bringing it back further and further.
He's the start of that sequence, you think?
Causier. 14.
Although he doesn't hang about, he might do it in one. Oh, there we go. There's a crash.
Not sure if this in-off is on for Pankaj. Probably a bit forcing.
He looks pretty comfortable with it.
Just got to be careful here that the red doesn't end up back in bulk.
Considering alternatives, but in the end, that's the shot he's playing.
Yeah, so he's ended up in bulk. It was just one of those shots where it screamed of landing back in bulk. You can only play that shot at one pace, and the red's going to go where it's going to go.
Yes.
He would have been aware of that, but kind of hopeful at the same time that it didn't happen.
So situation now reversed, and it's Pankaj who has to try and rescue that red, or decides better of that. He's a more conservative player than David.
Yeah, we're going to have a bit of safety here, I think.
Does not want that to go in.
Yeah, that's a really good shot. He didn't want to leave that yellow off the cushion. That may have left a screwing off. So we've got a bit of cat and mouse going on here at the minute.
How do you get this safe?
He's going to go
Anywhere
2
with
side
cushion?
cushions, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, he's just gone 1 side cushion.
So, Rob, we heard earlier about Peter Sheehan's practice routine. What's your practice routine? Firstly, how often do you practice?
I try to practice most days. The amount of time on any given day can vary quite a bit, but it's generally. I mean, I'm a big believer in making your practice purposeful. You don't want to be just throwing the balls on the table and hitting the balls. I'm a big believer in sort of post-match or post-tournament analysis on myself and just make a few notes. Might go back to the hotel this week, make a few notes on what I think I could have done better. Or
do you maintain a practice book where you record breaks or things that you're working on?
No. I'm just sometimes specific things, but if I start a practice session or I've only got like an hour or something to practice, I will specifically find out, practice the things that I believe are weaknesses in my game at that time. Spend a bit of time on those, trying to rectify, and then I'm a big red ball practicer. I believe that is the backbone of, or should be the backbone of every billiard player. If you're not playing good red ball, basically you're not playing good billiards. So, and if you're not playing good red ball, you won't get to the top of the table as often as you would like. So, a good chunk of my practice is red ball.
So there was some discussion earlier between some of the commentators and leading players about potential rule changes. Specifically, they were talking about extending the limitation of cannons from 75. What number do you think that should be that would motivate you to put in some time on nursery cannon practice?
It wouldn't, to be honest. I don't think the modern day conditions, the way the modern day cloths play, the way the modern day kind of steel back cushions slide, the high level of the polished finish on the balls, I don't think any of that lends itself well to playing long runs of nurseries.
Earlier in the comments we had one from Nicky DeFrey. Said, as I also played a bit of carom billiards, wouldn't it be nice strategy to gather the balls close to the cushion and go for repetitive cannons? In carom we would call that série américaine. And I've seen them playing that, and these guys are just fabulous. But you're right, the conditions are different. I think the biggest difference in the carom game, of course, it's a pocketless table. Whereas we have to contend with getting around the corners and up the side rails past the middle pocket. On the European carom game, they can go around the table, it seems to be almost endlessly. The other thing is that they have a pointy cushion which comes off at a much more accurate angle of incidence equals angle of refraction kind of thing, whereas our cushions tend to square up a bit, making that close cannon game even more difficult.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, nurseries are, they're quite nice to practice sometimes if you feel your touch is not great or whatever, just spending maybe 10, 15 minutes just practicing close cannons. I just don't think it's a feasible method of heavy scoring in today's modern game, to be honest. So I don't spend much time at all practicing close cannons. A few guys do. I think Mark Hurst, he's a real enthusiast of the game, and he loves a few close cannons. If you ever play in a match, or if Mark Hurst is ever in the room and somebody gets anything that looks like it might lead to nurseries, his ears always prick up, and he's always looking over. I don't know of many others who take a real interest in it, to be honest.
Well, as you know, we've got a couple in Australia. Mad Mac Rinkwitz. He's called Mad Mac. He's not mad at all. He's very clever. But and Eric Worsley also. But they're not competitive players, I think it would be fair to say these days. And they play them more out of interest than as a serious scoring weapon.
Yeah, I mean, I've met Mac, as you know, Peter, many times over in Melbourne. Another real enthusiast of the game. I think years ago I visited Australia, I think 2005, and picked up a copy of his
Cushion Crawler's Bible.
Cushion Crawler's Bible, that's it, yeah.
Yeah.
Fascinating guy to talk to, and he's
fascinating.
Billiards, absolutely billiards nuts, and he's got a wonderful billiard room. I'm not sure if he's still got that room, but it's really quite special. But yeah, I just don't think nurseries are part of today's game, really, the modern game.
And effectively, and not a lot of fun to watch either. It's all happening. It's basically you and the ref that can see what's going on. And just to remind everybody, it was nursery cannons that effectively killed the game as a spectator sport back in the 1930s.
Yeah, obviously Walter Lindrum, who's probably the greatest player ever to live. He was the one that mastered them. I think taught by Claude Falconer.
Yeah, taught by Claude Faulkner, who in turn had learnt the European carom game. And Walter took it to new heights, but then, of course, all the other players were more or less forced to follow. So the big four of the day, that was Joe Davis, Tom Newman, Clark McConaughey and Walter Lindrum, all played that. It was really only Willie Smith, who was the fifth of the great players of that era, that preferred to play the open game.
Yeah, it's a question that I've asked a lot of people myself over the years, is which was the better break? Was it Lindrum's 4-1-3-7, which was predominantly nurseries and did, a couple of laps to the table, I believe? Or was it Willie Smith's, I think it was
2,200?
Yeah, 2,000 or 2,500. Open play, I mean...
Good question. We've got Peter Ainsworth on the feed, so Peter might be able to tell us exactly what that number was.
But it's, like I say, I mean, there's a big difference in the two numbers, but the style of billiards used for both those breaks are very, very different. I wouldn't say one's more skillful than the other, but the distance the balls were travelling on Smith's break must have been incredible.
Yeah, Lindrum was getting better mileage, I think, for his Q-tip.
Yeah. And the time aspect, Lindrum's break would have been relatively short,
yes,
given the huge number it was.
Yeah, well, Lindrum still holds the world speed record, which I think is 29 seconds for 100, done at nurseries. And if you do that calculation backwards, that's 50 shots in 29 seconds, at a rate that I doubt the referee could have accurately measured. You'd need a friendly referee, I'd suggest, to be making a break at that pace.
Yeah. I mean, that's. I think we've all seen the videos on YouTube and whatnot of Walter, doing a very quick 100 break and then saying how do you make a 1,000 break, and says do that 9 more times.
Yeah, that's right.
But yeah, those big four back in the day were, regarded as the golden era of billiards. Absolutely amazing.
There's probably not another sport where some of our records stand for 90 years, now approaching 100 years. I can't think of another sport where records have stood for that long.
No, I agree. However, I suppose one thing I would say on that is, we touched on it earlier, but I believe the modern conditions are more difficult for billiards now than what they were back then. That's my own opinion. I suppose the question is, what other sport could you say that about? As time's progressed, usually technology has moved on, things have got better, it's athletics, footwear, etc., has got better and better.
Yeah. Golf equipment, the drives are longer now, and they've had to change the golf courses to accommodate, and tennis rackets are very different things than what they used to be.
Yeah, I mean, even snooker. I think modern conditions have made the modern game, or snooker, easier today than it was back in the middle of the 19th century, 60s, 70s, maybe even 80s. The balls split better. When they go into the pack, the red split open more. It's actually good for snooker, but it's actually worse for billiards. So,
it's mainly about the cloth too, isn't it? Cloths have got finer and finer as time has gone on.
Yeah, they're very slick, very, very reactive.
Napless, almost napless.
Yeah. Not sure what cloth we've got on this week. I'd imagine it's strawn super fine.
It's super fine, yeah. It is super fine.
So that's one grade below what they're using on the TV snooker, which is strawn number 10. Used to be called the double shaved cloth.
Yeah.
That's used at Landywood on the star tables.
It's hard.
I think I prefer superfine. I prefer to have a little bit of nap. I think with billiards you can
drift the ball a bit.
Yeah, you can manoeuvre the ball, manipulate the angle a little bit more with a bit of nap. But these cloths this week have played great. they're quick, they're reactive, but you can still, you know, do a bit with the cue ball using side.
Now, I watched parts of your match with Pankaj last night, and you seemed a bit frustrated at times. What was frustrating you? Was it Pankaj? Was it you?
No,
was it
no,
the table?
no. Yeah, I think the table. I mean, Pankaj struggled with it too. There was a few drifts. Table 3, as we were using this week, it was drifting on the left-hand side of the table, drifting badly in towards the middle.
29.
Same for both players. I think he dealt with it better than me, although he did suffer with it as well. There was a few times we looked at each other in disbelief of what had happened. But it was what it was.
Yes.
Pankaj was the better player, and that's, you know, the result is what it was.
I noticed too at one stage that Pankaj had kind of forgotten the rule that he could play back into Bork. There was a red that you'd left in Bork, and he came to the table perhaps not really. I mean, the red wasn't ideal, but it was certainly playable.
39.
And you did remind him of that as well.
Yeah, I reminded him after. Because
yeah, well, you can't remind him beforehand. It's not your call as to what shot he plays.
No. He yeah, we had a laugh about it after, you know. He just, I think it's the first time Pankaj has played under this modified rule, so he's sometimes when you're kind of in your zone, if you like, playing normal billiards, then you know you can forget about these things if you're not used to playing them. So a bit of a slow start to this game, this 100 up. Pankaj has got him in pretty good position here, though.
47.
He's got a choice of white or red, taking the red.
Do you see a difference in Pankaj's shot choices compared to, say, Causier? More conservative?
Yeah. I don't think the shot choices are any different. Probably the way in which they're played might differ slightly. But Pankaj is so efficient, and when he's playing well, he just never plays a difficult shot. He never has to play a shot hard. I mean, I watched him. I was at the CCI last year when Pankaj and Dave played the final, and Pankaj was just absolutely wonderful.
That's his home table, isn't it?
52.
No, he actually lives in Bangalore.
Oh, does he? Okay.
Yeah, so it's. I mean, I'm sure he's played on that table quite a lot, but it's not his home table or even his home city. Well, unless he's moved in recent years. But he was just absolutely awesome that day in India. So we've got a little bit of a tricky position here for Pankaj.
Do you play white cushion red here?
2.
Yeah.
Bork cushion, that is?
It's gone awkward. I think he'll have to play the 2 or 3 cushion cone here, off the red. White's a big target.
Looks good.
What?
It's just not quite dropping nicely for him at the
For
minute.
either of them, really.
He's played a really good shot there, and he's been a bit unlucky with that leaf. I mean, he's either got to play the cannon, red to white.
Is there a safety here? So
I don't think so. I think this is worth going for. Again, the white's still a fairly big target.
6.
See, that's unlucky again. To leave that there.
yeah. So that's really out of commission there, because potting it in this modified rules format just creates a problem, because he has no protection for Bork.
Yeah, he's just got to play safe. He might just
Line
roll
him
this.
up here.
Yeah, he might just line up down the side road.
Just
be careful that the table doesn't give a little bit.
6.
It did, but I wonder if David is angled there.
No, you can see the red definitely.
Good effort.
So one good pot on the red here. Pankaj might give himself an opportunity. He's not playing it. See, that's this format, this modified rule has completely dictated what shot he played there.
Yes.
Usually you pop the white and double bulk, so.
Sure.
So now Dave has got a good chance. He'll pop this, leave the red probably somewhere near the opposite centre pocket. What do I know?
Well, if you don't know, the rest of us have no idea.
Right.
Do you still sometimes get surprised by what David plays?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I would have played the white to the other centre back because, well, you can see that's just gone wrong with catching the yellow. We actually played the enough red, but just flicked the yellow. It's actually landed not too bad for him though.
Oh, wobbles it in, wobbles it in.
Yeah, he's in position now. He'll be playing maybe a thick run through enough. Just trying to leave that yellow for a drop cannon.
So this is a kind of a risk-free drop cannon, isn't it? You can get the yellow behind the spot without any risk of
That's
the cover.
right, yeah, yeah.
It's all about the connection on the red.
11.
It's pretty good.
Didn't get the yellow around as much as he would have liked to the centre of the table behind the spot.
Yeah, Dave, he's not that fussed on that particular shot. He just makes sure of a good red. I've noticed quite a lot. He will play the easiest form of the drop cannon to ensure a good red and kind of sort the white or the yellow out at a later stage. He's going to basically play enough here, leave enough in the middle, or the it's a bit thin. So yeah, he's just going to play a series of offs here.
So one cushion cannon. No, in off. You're right.
Yeah, either leaving a drop cannon or it's near the pyramid spot. He may have the loser. Maybe drop cannon next shot.
23.
He's just come over. He might be. I think he's playing the drop.
Yeah.
You had the choice there with the
5.
centre pocket loser.
That's gone a bit ugly.
It's tough. This is tough, yeah.
This is not easy at all.
Just cushion first, half ball red. Tough to judge with a sliding.
27.
So he made the cannon, but it's still not straightforward at this stage.
So this is a shot that he loves.
29.
That was very well played.
Delicate screw cannon.
So the red's in a great spot now, if he can.
Except for his bridging.
Taking the pot into the ball pocket.
31.
5 shot as the backup. Oh, he's just not getting them to come nicely. He always gets them to come nicely. It always staggers me how they come together well.
23.
But he's been getting a series of little lineups that are making it hard. But he's still at table. Until then.
33.
So yeah, I mean, he actually played the positional part of that shot really well. He just missed the white. The red's come beautifully over the middle pocket. The downside to that for Dave is obviously it's perfect for Pankaj. This needs to run, otherwise this is a very tricky.
That's come difficult.
I
So
think he's
does he
gonna-
use the top cushion now to?
I think he'll play a direct run through. I don't think he'll play it thin. I think he'll play sort of a 3. Well, he might play it thin. Looks different from that angle.
High.
Yeah, use the side off the top cushion to.
Totally relying on luck where they finished. That was all about
Yeah.
just scoring the 2 points.
Well, that's a bonus.
Yeah.
Promotes white down towards the spot. Leaves
Think-
red in a scoring position.
I think he's got to. I think he's playing the loser off the white, maybe. I think the right shot's to lose off the red. The red's just bulk side of the centre spot, which you know it makes that long loser slightly more difficult, visually more than anything else. You always have to spot it a little bit wider than what you think. If he plays this well, this will drift around for a drop cannon. That's well played.
11.
Would like a little bit more run on that red. It's kind of in no man's land between the drop cannon and the loser, but
Yeah,
still,
it looks a bit tight.
still very much in play.
Problem with this is you can't play it too hard.
14.
You really want to play that hard to try and get the red round, just kind of get it back into the centre part of the table. But
Well, these slick cloths, the ball throws very wide, doesn't it? So you can't afford to give up the right connection on the cannon to get the position.
yeah,
19.
if we try and get this, can't quite see the angle on the shot. I think it's a cannon. Just try and get underneath. Nice playing the screw pot. Another pot going up to the centre spot. I'd have been half interested in the run through white there. I would have got that back into play,
25.
back into the centre of the table.
So as he's sizing up the loser angle off the white.
I mean, the best way to get to the back
28.
perfect top here is to try and leave the yellow near the jaws of the right hand top pocket as we see it.
Yes,
Just to play the sort of the
correcting cannon back.
quarter ball cannon to bring it back to the spot. Might be worth him just sticking on the pot red, just see if that angle crops up. He's gone away straight, so
Yeah, look, he
31.
he only needs another 8 points, so doesn't want to take
Yeah.
too many risks. Thinking twice or three times about this. He'll be guided by what's the most conservative choice, I think,
So this
given
is
that he's close.
the in off white here is that same shot
33.
where the way you've got to play it could leave the white in bulk, and that was the last thing you wanted at that stage.
Mm.
There's certain shots on the table where you can only get them at one pace,
Yes,
and if that pace
pushes it back in the ball.
makes you feel like it's going to go in bulk,
Yep.
you're doing what you can to play something different, really.
He's looking at this several times. So does he screw back off the red to get into a position on the white?
I think he just feathers this in, to be honest.
He's stretching, isn't he?
I mean, being such a strong potter, I'm a little bit surprised he hasn't got down and knocked the red in already.
Mm.
I think it's his format again. I think it gets you probably overthinking.
Well, that's a very positive strike.
That's a nice handy bump off the centre pocket there. That's
Mm.
so if you pot white in off red, that should be game. He might go down for the pot. Red's below the spot, so
37.
he's gone for the 4 shot.
Just misses, but of course he's got the loser coming back.
I think that's our fortunate to leave that loser so perfect, to be honest.
Yeah.
14 and game. Pankaj Advani.
So 4-3, inches ahead again.
Yep.
So it's the first to 8, so we've still got plenty of territory in front of us.
Apart from Pankaj going 2-0 up, it's only been 1 frame in it.
Well, I might hand over to Jason Colebrook at this stage, who can replace me and ask better questions of Rob Hall. And thank you, Rob, for spending your time with us and sharing your vast knowledge. And thank you also for the wonderful videos that you put online at Rob Hall Billiards. That's a training resource that we use comprehensively in Australia, and people marvel at those slow short jennies and long jennies and check side in-offs. It's just wonderful. So on behalf of the community, thank you very much for everything you do.
You're welcome, Peter. Thank you.
G'day, Rob.
Jason, how are you?
I'm pretty good. This looks like going the distance, as everyone's been saying.
Yeah. Yeah, it's been a... Well, that last game was a bit cagey, but that's good. It's what the format is designed to do.
Yeah, yeah.
Make it interesting, make it close, make it, you know, you're never really going to get a runaway winner. You can't go, 1,000 points in front and then have a dead match essentially and just playing out time. So when you're playing an up format, you can literally always win until your opponent gets that last point he needs.
They haven't quite been swapping hundreds like we thought they might. Been a couple of scrappy games.
Yeah, I think you should, you shouldn't play the man. You should always play the table. But there's a massive amount of respect for each other here. Like I said earlier, they're just the two best players in the world right now, and they're both fully aware of what the other man can do. So there's probably slightly less risks being taken regarding shot choice.
Can he screw in off this and get it out of balk?
Yes.
Looks like he can. Yes.
He's so good at the up and down cannon, Dave. I think Peter Gilchrist resorted to trying to double balk him off the break a few times.
Yep.
Yesterday. There doesn't seem to be a safe place in bulk for the red when Dave's playing the up and down cannon. He's the best in the world at that shot, without doubt. So the yellow's is half in his mind right now. He's just thinking, how can he get that away from the corner of the table? He wants to try and get that centralised on the table. So he's left that there. He's now got a choice. He can go in off red or in off yellow.
Looks a bit tough, the enough yellow, or tougher. No, he's going to have a look at it.
So when you come to the table and you have, you might say a problem ball, a ball that's not ideally placed, you're all the time, straight away you're thinking, how am I going to sort that out as soon as I can? But in a safe way, without taking a massive risk, So it will be probably a couple of pot reds, maybe in off white. See, in this situation, I like to take the 2 pots off the red, get the red on the centre spot, and then play the in-off.
I agree. There's no pressure then on getting the yellow in perfect position because you've got that red in the centre.
Yeah, he's just getting the balls in the middle of the table, get them both in the scoring zone, and then should be in his element.
29.
Not a massive fan of that shot.
No, that's not great, is it?
maybe chasing the points a little bit. I think probably the loser off the red was the right shot, but a lot of players kind of get blinded by that cannon because it's unmissable. But it can go wrong. But I get in a match like this why you want to take the kind of the easy points, if you like. I think there's a big difference between the easy points and the correct points. So again, he's thinking about the yellow already at this point.
Yep. I'm always amazed in this format, even the top players will often set themselves up for one last drop cannon when they could run out with 5 or 6 hazards.
Yeah. As you know, Jason, I'm a big believer in practicing red ball until you get the balls back to Lingen's magic circle.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan of drop cannons. They always, you always have to play them, you have to practice them and whatnot, but it's really not the most efficient way of getting the balls to the top of the table. As soon as there's an element of risk, then it's not perfect billiards.
Yep. Can he go in off this yellow and it miss the red? Looks like it's
Probably
tricky.
more. Yeah, he's going to play it thick.
Okay,
So he'll
no
play
problem.
that much thicker than half board just to squeeze it behind the red.
Yep.
So he's got a drop cannon here. He won't be bothered about the yellow at all here. He's just going to make sure of a good red.
So a lot of time after that drop cannon, you end up with a enough yellow.
Yeah, but a lot of players, they try and get clever and play it thin.
Yep.
And try and chip the yellow over.
And if you do that, you've got to hit the red thin too, because you're hitting it harder.
Yeah. So it's going okay. Enough yellow. Probably play this a bit thicker, just to keep it on the side of the table to leave a drop cannon. It's pretty good.
So he's halfway there. He hasn't really had them under control yet, but he's always had one ball in play, at least one ball in play.
58.
Again, did nothing special with that. He doesn't mind leaving the distance between the two balls here. It's the cannon. He made sure the angle for the cannon was perfect.
Yep. Oh, that's not nice. It's exactly the kiss he didn't want.
So he's going to play cushion first. And he'll play this with a little bit of topspin. He should do.
65.
Oh, I didn't need to.
Yep.
Usually if you play that shot with topspin, it actually reverts to screw off the first ball once it makes contact.
Because when it rebounds off the cushion, it's still rolling forwards,
yeah,
which then becomes backspin,
And more so with the sliding cloths.
71.
So again, he'll be half thinking about the yellow. I mean, the red's perfect. He's got full control of that. He's trying to just weigh up how to get the yellow into a better position.
74.
The problem with playing this cannon, Liz, is you're pushing the yellow towards the cushion, aren't you? Oh, he's played the red, yeah.
Yeah.
77.
Push that red a touch far. The problem's going to come now when it comes to playing a cannon onto that red. His weight and contact's going to have to be very good.
And he's just got the balk line warning, and they're not in a great position to get the crossing. Although he's got a few shots to work his way how to get that.
He's going to play a slow cannon now and try and leave a cut back on the red to then cross the balk line next shot.
85.
Oops.
Oh, that was wide and right. I thought it was.
Stun cannon, send the red around the table.
He's going to try and leave the red in bulk to leaving it off, I think.
Oh yeah, good plan.
It's gone too far. A safety shot, I think. He's desperate to play the pot red, by the way, but it's too risky.
Causier, 87.
Pankaj might be half interested in this enough.
Yeah, that looks very makeable.
Again, I've mentioned it twice already, that if it's up that, yeah, this could end up back in bulk. Big risk with this shot. He's just got it out. This is an incredibly difficult shot, Jan, if he takes this on. The up and down cannon's not easy. There's a lot of room around the red.
Plenty of room.
Safety shot's probably not a bad choice. Now having a look at the Jenny. I think white top cushion, yellow side cushion is maybe the good shot.
Yeah. Sort of half ball left hand, half of the red. Yeah, just like that.
3.
So in the time match, Dave would play this cannon. He'd play screw off the yellow into balk with a bit of running side. And probably get it most of the time.
Cushion first, safety, I think.
I thought we might have gotten close to the stalemate in one of those earlier games. They had a very lengthy safety battle.
Yeah, I think it's an interesting one, the stalemate, isn't it? I think if it's the same 2 shots being repeated for an extended period of time, then there's a call for it. But I think if the safety shots are being varied, I think stalemate shouldn't be called.
There was a match in Melbourne a number of years ago, Robbie Falvari and Sarav Kathari, and they did just roll the ball from side to side to side for a lengthy period. It was before we had the stalemate rule.
Yeah, I mean, that's...
It became a battle of wills.
Pankaj has gone for that. And he's left a cannon. Just hoping for a good leave here. They're just going to split. Oh, that couldn't have landed any better for him.
4.
You'll just play 3 or 4 dead simply enough now just to run out. Yeah, into the pyramid spot. Finished a bit low. Might play the cannon here.
10.
Sure.
Yeah, it's game.
13 in game. They're Causier.
4 all, tied up all again.
Yep.
They're both halfway to the target.
Should have just played best of 7, shouldn't we?
Yeah.
Okay, 9.
Could be like tennis tiebreakers, first to a 2-set advantage, first to a 2-game advantage.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we could be here for a very long time.
I think the format's short enough. I know they used to play 50 ups a few years ago. I think there's a World Championship which was 50 up in Middlesbrough. I think they played maybe best of 19s or something like that.
Yep. There was a 50-up tournament in Australia. Some of the Indians were there. And Sean Budd, an Australian snooker player, played.
Yep.
And Sean got the better of the Indian billiards player. And the billiards player said to him, "You can't play billiards." And Sean said, "Check out the score, mate. I won."
Yeah, well, 50 up, you don't really need to play
That's
billiards,
right.
do you?
No.
If you're a strong potter, then you can be absolutely lethal over these short formats. So Dave's going straight to the top again here. Pot the red just to float the white down.
Didn't need to get all the way down there because of the yellow being a little bit to one side of the spot.
Yep, you'll try and lift the yellow off here.
12.
Is it lined up?
And you may have to play yellow cushion with a bit of side.
14.
You played that thick because you wanted to keep the yellow on the top slate.
Yep.
You play it thin, you chip it away up the table.
Gentle drop cannon.
19.
Oh, I suppose.
3 or 4 choices here. Probably enough red, I would say.
I thought he might be potting the red because of needing the long stuff. I thought he could go in off it without the long stuff.
Oh, he's playing a cute little cannon.
Oh, cannon, yep.
This is,
This will be perfect top if he gets the cannon right.
21.
That is a good comment on the top slate. I like that. I don't think I've heard that before.
oh, hang around, Jason. You'll hear lots of stuff.
26.
So he's still fighting the balls a little bit. He hasn't quite got them where he wants them.
29.
It's all about getting the red towards the pocket.
Yeah. It's so much easier, isn't it, when there's a little bit of slide on the cushions? You don't have to. You have to work so hard to get it down there.
You generally play that a touch thick and half ball,
Yeah.
a thick half ball, maybe a tracer check just to squeeze the red deeper down the table towards the top pocket.
Wow.
Oh,
Causier.
I think that was a case of I've done the hard work
Yeah.
and just a lapse in concentration there.
But you can't really criticise any single shot on him being too quick because he's quick on every shot.
Yeah, I mean Dave and also
2.
Peter Sheehan,
Mm.
exceptionally quick players. But does that lead to the odd, unexpected miss? I think some shots require a little bit more concentration than others. So Pankaj is now in pretty good shape. He's looking at the white. How's he gonna sort of solve that little problem he's got there? Because the white is by no means perfect in that position.
So I asked Peter Sheehan this question. I'll ask you, Rob. The week before a tournament, what's your practice routine? Your solo practice routine?
13.
Red ball mainly, ball striking. I'm not trying to change anything at that stage.
Yep.
I'm not trying to work on anything particularly. I'm just trying to get consistent and, you know, you need to come away from your last few practice sessions feeling good and confident, so you don't want to do anything too crazy.
Do you start with a few middle pocket losers? Or?
Always.
Yep.
Always. Where I put the balls down. I use several sets of billiard balls because I'm lazy and don't
So
want to
if
walk
you're
around
chasing
the
the cue ball,
yeah. I'm all for saving steps, not doing more. So I use 3 or 4 sets of billiard balls, so 6 or 8 cue balls and 1 red,
Yep.
and just practice a red ball like that. And they're all of good weight before
Yep,
somebody
yep.
comments saying they won't be. So it's a great chance for Pankaj now to
21.
get back in front, 5-4.
23.
I mean, the top players in this position, they'll be really disappointed not to run out
Yep.
from here.
Well, certainly through the qualifying rounds, Pankaj was knocking in 80 to 100 every time when he was down here.
Yeah,
His first 10 games, he made 8 breaks over 80.
yeah. I think one thing. I mean, I'm not sure if it's worth extending this format ever so slightly, so you don't get so many 90 breaks unfinished with no bolt line crossing.
Yep.
I wouldn't mind seeing maybe 120 up with bolt line crossing, because you'll see a lot more. So I've run out with quite a few 90 breaks, 90
Yep.
plus breaks this week, and not had to cross the bolt line because I've already got, if I've got 4 or 5 on the board, it doesn't even come into it. I think if you extend the format slightly, maybe even 110 would be enough.
Well, in Melbourne, in the old Yarraville room, we used to play 150 up, and I thought that was great. And one year Peter and Matthew Bolton were swapping 150 breaks, but they did have to cross the balk line every time.
Yeah, I mean, 150 is quite a common format. It's used quite a lot in Asia and India. It really has come. I played in the IBSF 150 up in Qatar in November.
Yep.
So it is a well-used format. I think it's possibly a bit too long. I would like to see like a 120,
Okay.
just to create that little bit,
42.
just to create more bolt line crossings.
Yep.
Just increase the chance of things going wrong, basically. So Pankaj is in his element right here. I know the white's not perfect, but
Yeah. When we see the list of breaks in a time tournament with balk line crossing, there's always a stack of breaks between 90 and 110 that people have either failed to get across the balk line or they've gotten across and lost position.
yeah, for sure. Oh, it adds it definitely adds an element to the game.
Yeah.
There's no doubt about that. I sometimes feel for sort of the level of players, maybe a couple of steps behind the top players, who might make the odd 100 in competition, and they just fall to bits when they get bolt line warning called.
23.
Well, Barry Russell got to 80, got his warning. Was very happy. Actually gave himself a bit of a cheer that he got the warning, but finished on 90.
Yeah,
I didn't see what went wrong, but
I think the top players, I suppose it's because they are the top players, are best equipped to deal with the bulk line crossing. Yes, it will stop quite as many breaks, but you'll actually see more of the top breaks in that event by the better players, because the lesser players find it difficult to cross the bulk line, and a lot of them are red ball players. It's much easier to cross the bulk line when you're at top of the table.
yeah, that's right.
Crossing the bulk line off the red ball, playing red ball is not easy.
Pankaj has advanced to 60 here.
It's just covered the spot, I think. So we'll pop this red, just try and leave either a pot or a cannon off the pyramid spot. Yeah, I think he believes it spots.
Yes. Okay. 63. 66.
Oh, it's spotted easy.
Got to trust the table on this one, don't you?
Yeah, you've got to drag this. You've got to drag this. It means you can hit the ball a touch harder.
Yep.
And try and keep it online. That couldn't have gone any better. That was a great shot.
You'd be pretty happy with it.
70.
Again, that white. It's all things. Top players are always looking. That white is not perfect. I know to most people watching, I'd say it looks in a great position, but it's just not quite where he wants it, so he's just going to spend a little bit of time here just manipulating that white to get it into a better spot.
75.
Even that shot, it's meant that the white is now a potential loser from in hand as well as a
Yep.
cannon, so he's
Yep.
just pushed that into a much better place. He's going to get book line warning in a second. Pankaj's preferred method of crossing the book line is 2 reds off the spot and finish low on the pot in the middle.
It looks like he'll do that now. He's in the perfect position to do it now.
He uses this method of crossing the book line much more regularly than anybody else.
84.
And being such a fantastic snooker player, this will be... Even the pots that look a bit iffy to other players, he
Yeah.
makes them look very easy.
87 book line crossing.
So it's
Well, I already told the story earlier, but he played in an open snooker tournament in Singapore a few months back. First frame of the first match knocked in 136, which was the tournament high break. And he's made a world snooker to a semi-final and a quarter-final. So he's a top snooker player. He's going to Q School, did you know?
Asia or...
Yeah. Thailand. Him and Suri are both going to Thailand Q School.
Surrey and Bangkok, that'll be interesting.
He's on his way down here, actually. He messaged me that he was walking down from the hotel.
So Pankaj is nearly there now. He's left himself a drop cannon. He's playing the correct shot here.
Yep.
If he still needed 50, he'll probably play the drop cannon here. But he only needs 3 scores off the white, so I'll try and stay on the white in the middle.
97.
How have you found the pace of the tables?
Yeah, they've been okay. Been okay. They've varied a bit. I think time of the day it varies a bit. Aircon has an effect.
99.
But yeah, in general, good. Not too quick, which for billiards I don't think you want them lightning quick.
One 101 to go now.
Yes.
By 4. Turned it into a cracking match, this.
Very good match. Dave's not hit the front yet. He's 1 frame behind, caught up, 1 frame behind, caught up.
That won't bother him. I think he won't be too concerned by the scoreline until or if Pankaj gets to 7.
Mm.
Gets advantage to break.
So we're having a swap in the commentary box here. Jason Colebrook is leaving us, so thank you very much, Jason. And the great Wayne Carey joins us.
2.
He's just struggling with the headphones. It's all new technology this way, isn't it? So at the start of the 10th game here, starting with a little bit of safety. Wayne, welcome.
It's very, very nice to be here, Mr. Rob Hall.
So what do you think so far? Obviously you've been watching, you've just been telling people that you've had the best seat in the house.
I have too. I had on the side there, and it was you're just able to watch them play top of the table, which has been, something that we don't do a lot in New Zealand.
So which part of New Zealand are you from, Wayne?
I'm from Auckland, from the North Island. We hold several tournaments in New Zealand, and we started playing quite a few WBL ones, as you know, Rob, because you've been down for them. And we intend to hold New Zealand Open again this year. And the New Zealand Open holds a big record for actually having the world champion. Sometimes we've had the people come down to New Zealand, play in our tournaments, and they've gone up to in the UK and they won the world champs in October. It's happened about 4 or 5 times on memory.
I believe the current world record break of 1346 by Peter was made in New Zealand.
It was. His was made in the Hamilton Club. And I was there that day. And Peter got into trouble in around about the 900s twice. Somehow pulled off some wonderful, kept going, and then we sat and watched him get 1, 3, 4, 6. Unbelievable.
Only player in modern history to make 2 1,000 breaks.
Yes.
That one in New Zealand, and he also made one actually here in Carlo, although at a different venue. Can't quite remember the year, but it was 1,000 exactly versus Christian Kirk, and it was refereed by the great Irish referee Brendan Devlin. I was on there a couple of tables away. My match was very one-sided, and we just stopped playing just to watch through the late 800s and the 900s.
Just so special. We, in actual fact, I was refereeing on another table. When you got to 500, someone came and relieved me, so I was able to watch them to go to 1346.
Yeah.
21.
That was refereed by Brian Harvey.
It was. Yes, it was.
I'm a font of useless knowledge, Wayne.
No, that's very good. It's it's been a wonderful championship. I do like the tables. We've got 8 tables like this in New Zealand in the Pepitoe Club.
23.
Heated steel back cushions, 6811 30-ounce cloths, strawn, and obviously we so need decent tables in New Zealand for our up-and-coming cue players to use.
I think it's very important for the serious players to have practice facilities that are at least something like the tables that you're going to be playing competitively on. Actually, we're sat in the room here. Paul Lloyd's in the room as well here, and he's the owner of Landywood Snooker Club, just near Walsall in the West Midlands. And his facilities are just wonderful. They are the same as the pro snooker players are playing on tour. So we're very lucky to use this venue regularly. And I know some of the billiard players around the country have taken membership out at Landywood just so they can go and get some experience pre-tournament on these kind of tables. I think without it, you're asking for trouble. They're chalk and cheese to an average club table.
It's not only the tables, it's the staff as well. What I notice about that particular Landy club, they want to be there. The staff want to be there, so that's got to come from the top. So it's got to come from Paul, and it's just everything's nicer. And the staff want to be there. Everything runs into place. This is my 18th World Championship,
33.
so I feel a bit qualified on making the comment of good systems to play in. So, good places to play in. So,
yeah, we're spoilt now in England. We've got a few good venues. Obviously here in Ireland, which the conditions and the venue's very good.
Yeah.
So Pankaj is in here. He's got the balls in a good position. He could. If he keeps under control here, he could take a 2-game lead, and we'll certainly be hoping to go 6-4 in front, given given the opportunity he's got here. He's just trying to keep things as simple as possible right now. He's just playing a series of losers. He may pay pot red here. He's going in off the red's got there's a pot on the red into the centre pocket, so he's going to try and go in off the white to leave a loser into a centre pocket. He's just dropped that a bit short. If he left the loser into the centre pocket, he could have gone in off the white, dropped it behind the spot, and then potted the red.
He's doing the drop cannon, setting up for the drop cannon now, isn't he?
This has forced him into the drop cannon. The problem with this is it's induced a slight risk into what could happen, because we all know drop cannons are not a dead cert on what you left. He's played it well. I'm a big fan of trying to get the balls back to play what you call the drop and pot method of approaching top of the table. It's more risk-free, but it takes a lot of practice.
And what is your biggest break in a game, Rob? In practice?
In practice, 11.23.
Wow.
600 in a match. That was at the CCI.
For those of you who don't realise, it's about 40 shots to 100 break. So 1,000 break is 400 consecutive scoring shots. So when you're getting over 1,100, you're talking 440 consecutive plus shots. Now remember that a 147 takes 36 scoring shots. So that is the control.
It's 12 back-to-back 147s is what you're saying, Wayne, isn't it?
Say that again?
It's 12 back-to-back 147s.
Yeah, it is. It is, and I don't know of anyone who ever had that.
7.
No. I know a few of the pros in exhibition snooker pros have made back-to-back maximums.
We had a guy in New Zealand, Daniel Hayinger. Sorry, Harry Hayinger, and he got back-to-back. He broke the second time, broke the red, the second frame, and carried on to get a second 147. That was in Wellington some years ago.
Yeah, tremendous skill.
Are you going to Landywood this year?
Yes, I will
October?
be. Yeah.
I really want to go. I so enjoy the place up there. As I said to you earlier, tables are excellent. Even the staff's great. They want to be there.
Are you going to the WBL in Melbourne, Wayne?
Yes, I am. Yep, I just enjoy the game. I'm not up to the standards of the top players, but I'm trying to hurt them when I play them. And that's another point too. I'm of a young age. I'm still playing. If I was playing rugby or any of the gladiator sports, I'm finished at 35.
You're not over 35, are you?
I'm just over. Yes.
So Pankaj, you're still in good shape here. He's just checking whether the red pot's past the white. If it doesn't, he'll probably try and stun across the table to finish on the left-hand side of the table as we see it. If it does pot, he'll just keep it on the same side of the table.
You called it, Rob.
So he's just stunned across. He just knew that there was a bit of a danger there if he came down the other side of the table.
Beautiful, delicate shot. You'd have to think he'd go out here, wouldn't you?
Yeah, it's got to cross the baulk line. He would have just been called. This is the ideal shot to do it. If you can get behind the white here, he will just lift the white, leave the thinner shot on the red. I think he did actually try to get behind the white there. I think he's just clipped it on the way through.
He'll go for his usual standard way, wouldn't he? Do you think? 2 reds up to the middle.
I would say so.
The blue spot.
He'll pot this red, finish slightly low, and just stun up for ideally a red off the middle spot. So he's got another chance here playing the little sequence I just mentioned before. Finish red, lift the white, and then leave the cut red to cross the baulk line.
Yeah,
He's purposely moved the
yeah.
white to the side of the spot, because now it doesn't matter where on the table he finishes, he won't leave himself covered.
99 for blind cross.
That's 99.
Well developed.
That was just a fail-safe way of ensuring that he left this game.
101 again. Pankaj Advani.
So 5-4. Right, I'm leaving the commentary box, Wayne. Lovely to be with you. I'm handing over to RTD Angus McAnally.
Always enjoy your company, Rob.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Game 11. Causier to break.
Hi all, we're now joined by the famous Angus McAnally, and delighted to have you here.
Well, it's good to have you here too, as well, Wayne. The person who has travelled the furthest to be with us at the SBI Academy here in Carlow for the Macau Casino World Match Play. What an exciting tournament this has been, with players from Australia, from New Zealand, from Singapore, from India, from France, from Ireland, England, Scotland, Wales, Austria. And just 2 remain. And this is a very, very big game for Dave Causier now. Trailing 6-4 in this best of 15. What a beautiful example of how to play different styles of billiards. We're all familiar with the long up format where you score as many points as you can in the time or whatever. But this, the delicacy of this, the safety battles, it's quite a different format.
I think it's wonderful. It makes you think, and it's just got everything there for the player. Everything's there, no matter what you're doing. Have a look at this.
Doesn't want to go in off.
Bad luck.
Yeah, that's unfortunate now because he can't play at the red. So will he go for another cannon or will he go safety? I think he may just be on for it. Yeah. He's going to miss that on the wide side.
Causier, 8.
Yeah, if Dave Causier was playing this shot, he'd play 3/4 ball on the white, sending it back down towards the billiard spot and then make the cannon onto the red.
That's exactly, you caught it. You caught it, the different players, that's all. It's exactly how Pankaj played it.
Has to be very thin on the red here to make the cannon, unless he goes for a full ball run through, which is slightly more difficult.
And he put the red on the opposite middle pocket.
Interesting technique there when Pankaj, with some of those difficult shots, he just becomes one-handed after he's pushed the cue through.
I have noticed that. And yet he's quite correct every other time he's playing.
Well, if Pankaj is happy with the potting position on the red, he may just leave the white behind the billiard spot, although I think, yeah, let's see, he's feeling happy about that. Does have the option of the drop cannon as well, but looks like the pot.
Would you play the cross loser here?
I would think so. There you see the right hand side just to assist the ball into the pocket. And in 2 or 3 shots now, this could be a huge opportunity for Pankaj to go 3 ahead.
Yes, obviously the drop cannon by the looks of it looks like the middle bag enough's not going to work. And manufacturers raise into a good position.
16.
Well, that's the first time in quite a while now we've seen the drop cannon not work for Pankaj, so just a little thin snick off the red.
18.
In off the white and send the white over the other side of the table. And he's got it nicely out actually for a straightforward drop cannon, pushing the red towards the right hand corner pocket as we look at it.
They always try to manufacture the red on the shot, don't they?
Yeah.
22.
He should have to think he'd be strong in taking this frame.
And they make these pots on red if he takes it look much easier than they are because you're semi-blind into the pocket when the yellow is below the red. And as tournament director, I want to thank Sam Jones, our streaming guy from TYP Live, for the wonderful quality of the coverage. It's like watching a full television program. How does he play the little cannon, send the red up and down?
I think it's because he's going to send the red away from the white. That's what he's worried about when he brings it back down. So he's got to get the space white so it's sitting on the bottom pocket when he finishes. Otherwise he's in no man's land. And he hasn't done it. He's got the in off, but it could have easily gone wrong then.
31.
Obviously enough white to develop drop cannon by the looks of it. And he has done. Good shot.
Beautifully played because that looked like a very narrow angle to get in off the white. It still managed it perfectly. Now in off the red to the corner. Should set him up perfectly.
26.
Great weight.
Yes.
And while we see so many of the players, the top players, make beautiful centuries at top of the table, let us not forget the bedrock of the game is the long and off game. So you really need to master that to have the confidence then to be able to get to top.
Exactly.
40.
He wouldn't be happy with that white went that time. I think he's sitting that white behind the Billy spot, but it hasn't happened. But he's got a red, of course, and she's looking now for the in-off to get drop cannon again to get them sorted. 1, 2, 3 shots ahead. He's going to play the 369 shot.
So a standard half ball off the red into the opposite corner pocket.
46.
Brings the red nicely up to the centre. In off the white. Needs to slow down a bit.
He's lost it.
And by his standards, that's a poor shot. However, if he wants to, he can pot red and leave the yellow where the red is and go in off the white. And he'll be back in business.
He's got a good escape clause here, hasn't he?
But he'd be annoyed at that, Wayne. That,
He
you
would
know,
be.
with the excellent judgment of pace that he has, he really shouldn't have sent that into balk.
Going off the whites, probably the next shot, but it's not all that simple sometimes because you've still got to develop the white into good scoring
51.
positions.
He's such a good potter, he might just run the red a few times and bring it up to the centre pocket, or centre spot,
Yes.
and have a better angle to get at the red.
Yep. Suddenly he's
the
picked
white,
up
I mean.
Yeah. Suddenly he's picked up another dozen points on the way. And there's not a bad line. You also and put his cue there, and it's almost picture perfect. If it isn't, it
59.
just a bit nearer for an enough white, is it?
Well,
No.
perfect angle now to drop the white behind the billiard spot and then play the standard red off the centre spot around 3 cushions. So
61.
and again, happy to play the long and off game.
63.
37 points away from a 3-game lead here in this best of 15 final in the Macau Casino World Match Play.
65.
One thing Dave Causier is not short of is strength, fortitude and a fighting quality, but even he will begin to get a little concerned if he falls 3 games behind.
These two here, they met a little while ago, didn't they, in India?
It was one of the finest displays of billiards I think I've ever seen, the Invitational Tournament last year. And Dave and Pankaj got to the final, and in 2 visits Pankaj knocked in an 800 and a 400. It was just absolutely stunning.
How many players from the UK were invited? There was 4, wasn't the top 4 on memory?
I think it was Peter Sheen, Rob Hall, Dave and Peter Gilchrist.
Of course,
from Singapore.
Peter Gilchrist, yeah. Well, of course, in New Zealand we call him Peter God Christ. Yeah, we just think he's wonderful. He's just a special person. He's not only got the game, he's got the personality. He's a great ambassador.
A truly wonderful player, a multiple world champion, a fun guy. You know, that's the first strange shot I've seen from Pankaj in about an hour, I would think. Doesn't want to see that white on the side cushion, so
He bump it out here. No, he hasn't tried. Confident putter.
he may go up to the centre spot off this second red and try and move it that way. 20 points away now from the magic 100.
The other comment too is a lot of players think that billiards is about in-off. It's actually not. It's about the potting. The in-off gets you into the positions. Sometimes you've got nowhere to go. That's all you've got going for you. He's going to cross it. He's going to
Yes, the
pot this in.
balkline crossing has been called, and fascinating to watch in the... Oh my word, I've seen him do that twice.
83.
Miss that red, and that's a huge miss from Pankaj. A tap at the table there from Dave.
His
He
shoulder
would-
moved on the shot. Did you notice?
He would surely have been expecting Pankaj to cross the balk line with that red. I very, very rarely have seen Dave Causier play that way. He would always leave an angle down at top of the table to go around for it. Wow.
Dave Causier, 2.
It was a tough in-off for Dave. He'd be disappointed, but unless Pankaj can play a run-through in-off, which at this stage in the game is quite difficult under pressure, he may
You
just
do
go
that
for
when you
safety.
play safety. You're right. Well played.
Not only that, but he has left himself a good opportunity for the cannon here. 15 points more will get him to 7-4 ahead. Well, the middle pocket in the way there, so it may be a stun cannon rather than trying to play off the cushion. He'd surely never tried the long Jenny here.
You wouldn't think so. Not with that other ball being there, but he's still going to set the read up if he can. Read might be put over the opposite middle pocket. No, he's going to go the short Jenny. Because he can't control the pace. He might get the cannon, but he's with the other shot, but he's not guaranteed a shot afterwards.
If he
gets
does play this in
away.
off, it needs a huge amount of left-hand side as it spins the ball into the centre pocket.
And he
It
moved
was a
again.
tough one, Wayne.
Yeah, he moved again. He didn't like the shot.
Well, this is a tough opener for Dave. Does he stun the white ball into the right-hand centre pocket? Yep.
Dave's a wonderful, when anyone else comes to the table, everything's ugly, but with Dave, somehow nothing's ugly. He just gets the next shot, doesn't he? No shot safe.
Arguably one of the best shot makers in the business. I often say that I think Mike Russell plays the most beautiful top that I think I've ever seen. Peter Gilchrist plays the most beautiful top and open play that I've ever seen. And Dave Causier plays the most beautiful top, open game and shot making that I've ever seen.
Yeah, but disagree. I really rate Mr. Mike Russell. I think he's complete package.
Yes, and we were all looking forward to. Mike was originally down to play in this tournament, and we were looking forward to seeing him. He hasn't been here for a couple of years, so unfortunately he had to pull out. Not exactly sure. I think he may have been coaching in Qatar for one of the tournaments there, but we were really looking forward to it. Now this is where Dave needs to show his mettle. He needs 76 points and for a psychological blow against Pankaj Advani. Balls are nicely
Yeah, it
set.
would be psychological. Just on Mike Russell, I often get, we speak a lot with emails, etc. He's hoping to go to Landy Wood. He likes Landy Wood. And also where he told me that he got 2 700 breaks last week. So he's
Wow.
playing well. And we just so need him.
An amazing player. I had the pleasure on 2 occasions of him staying in my house, and we sat talking till 3 in the morning, and I felt in the presence of greatness.
And you were.
Now the yellow ball not perfectly placed for top of the table, so Dave might play the cannon with the right hand side here just to move it out and develop it a bit over the next couple of shots.
If he took this frame, it's a big possibility. This would be quite a...
Yeah, there's a huge difference. I know we all say it in commentary, but the difference suddenly between a 3-frame lead, game lead, or 1 is huge. And that's just a little bit awkward, but Dave plays these beautifully, very thin, and to get the in-off with drag and still not lose the red up towards balk. Whenever I try and play that shot, I hit it so hard the red ends up in the balk area. Yeah, needs to send the red across, get a nice cannon there, and this is beginning to look like a good opportunity for Dave Causier.
39.
And I must thank Jim Lacey and PJ and everybody here at Snooker Billiards Ireland for the incredible cooperation to make this event happen. It's a wonderful centre of excellence of which all of us in Ireland are inordinately proud, and we just hope that it will offer the opportunity for the next Aaron Hills and Leon Crowley and all of the young players that will emerge, because it replicates the playing conditions that the tournament professionals face when they go on tour, and that's what you need.
47.
Exactly. And the other thing too, why
39.
wouldn't you want to be here?
Now, a little check, thin cut on the red, makes that look so easy. Needs to play a lot of bottom and right hand side to get the cannon there. Yeah, he couldn't really get to the high side of the red, so probably a little stun cannon.
6.
He's a great shot maker, isn't he?
Yeah. And beautifully putting the yellow virtually perfect. Another few inches would have been absolutely ideal.
59.
That's a lovely shot there, because this gives him an opportunity to screw off the yellow. Actually, he's going to take the in off red. He can play that shot where you move the yellow and send the red up, but he's still in control here. Just needs 28 points, 25 points now, and he would get within 1 game of Pankaj Advani.
Yes, he's getting serious now because he's walked around to check the shot. He doesn't he does do that, but he does it probably less than most. Clever.
71.
Clever shot. Developed the red, manufactured the red, and he's got the nice cannon.
73.
A good point made by our CB on our YouTube channel there, saying Gilchrist plays reverse top, and it's absolutely stunning indeed. Puts the yellow above the red and just gently tips onto it and gets two pot reds and then the cannon, and I find it an easier way of playing top of the table than the normal, I must say. So this is looking good for Dave now. And this would be a real steal now.
It would be.
So just needs to make this long loser.
Beautifully developed red. Beautifully developed.
3 more shots to get him to within 1 frame of Pankaj Advani, and a huge psychological blow. A boost for Dave, and Pankaj will be ruining that miss.
Yeah, just developing the red here, wouldn't he? Yeah, there it is. Yeah, well developed. Beautifully developed.
So this pot red, and Dave Causier will only trail by 1 game.
100.
And it's there.
Wow, wow, wow. Isn't this magnificent?
Sorry.
It's
90.
Don't be
fantastic.
spoiled.
So Dave Causier, 5. Pankaj Advani, 6.
Sorry, guys. Sorry,
Wayne, just while you're here, I wonder if you could tell us a little bit about the tournament that you have coming up in Auckland, because I have a bit of an involvement there too, and that is that we've now scheduled our Sydney Open event to be 1 week before your Auckland Open and New Zealand Open events in New Zealand.
Brilliant idea too, Peter. For those listening to this, we hold New Zealand Open in September every year, and the Auckland Open before it is a warm-up tournament. It is world ranking. It's a WBL tournament. And speaking with a lot of the players this year, while in Ireland, we discovered that some would come, but it's a long way to come to New Zealand, which is just above the Antarctica. It's a long way to come, and therefore it didn't sort of give me any inspiration to come down. But Peter Tankard has made contact with the Australian board, and he has cleverly put together, now listen to this, get a pen and paper, and while I'm just talking here, just get the pen and paper so you can write these dates down. The Sydney Open is on the 5th of September.
I'm not sure it starts that date, Wayne, but certainly it includes the 5th of September.
And
but it's the weekend before you, so that's all you need to know.
So it's Friday the 5th, Saturday the 6th, Sunday the 7th, and and the finals on the 7th. Now on the 8th you can stay in Sydney if you wish, or you can head on over to New Zealand to the Auckland, and ours start on the 10th, so you can come to Auckland or New Zealand on the 8th or the 9th. Now on the 10th and the 11th we have the Auckland Open World Ranking event, and on the 12th, 13th, 14th we are going to have New Zealand Open. Now for people that don't know this, what we do is we take the players to the night trots on the Thursday night in the middle of that. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And the idea is that we get them a couple of winners and that pays for their trip. It's pretty easy, really.
Now, you did recommend a couple of winners for me last year, Wayne, so I can endorse what Wayne says, that Wayne will guarantee you a win against the bookies, and all you've got to do is turn up and play a little billiards. I mean, how good is that?
It's that easy.
It's that easy,
that
yeah,
easy,
that's right.
everybody. There's a nice shot by Pankaj, and he gives the wave to Dave. It's some people call that a fluke, and a friend of mine calls it corresponding angles. So 40 years that can make it. We've got quite a contingent of Indians coming. Aussies, of course.
Well, we're hopeful of putting together a Airbnb house full of Australians to come over there and give you a bit of a hurry up in New Zealand, Wayne.
Sorry, who was that again?
An Airbnb full of housemates from Sydney and Melbourne to give you Kiwis a bit of a hurry along in your Auckland and
we
New
just love
Zealand
to
Open.
see you. We just love to see you for everybody. Well, thank you very much. Always enjoy your company, Peter.
Thanks,
And,
Wayne. Likewise.
And Mr. Chris Coombs, who's on the World Billiards board, he's coming over to help with the commentary and relieve me.
All right.
Good luck, everybody. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Wayne. Welcome back, Chris Coombe.
Hi, Peter. Yeah, great match this, isn't it? And
What a dogfight. What a dogfight.
absolutely, that was a really key game there that Dave Causier won.
It would be fair to say that Dave's probably not got the form that he had last night, where he rattled off 5 consecutive centuries to put Peter Gilchrist to sleep. Is it the time? Is it the pressure of the final? What do you think that is?
Yeah, I guess so. It's
or is that too high a standard to continue on?
yeah, he really hit a good run of form last night, and I think this match just seems to be sort of, it's just the dynamic of the match, isn't it? It's really back and forth, and this red is going to stop short of the pocket, but.
Or is it perhaps that Pankaj is just intentionally playing shots that don't provide easy starters for Dave? Do you think when you're playing in this format, Chris, that you've got half an eye on what you leave if you miss, perhaps more than you would in a long format?
Yeah, I think so. It's especially, I mean, these two guys are obviously used to playing at this sort of level, but I know from my own experience, I think when you're playing, for example, I was playing Rob Hall there in the last 16, and it's just on your mind, isn't it, about when you miss, you know, they're going to step in, and you know who's sat in the chair, so it puts pressure on every chance that you get, really. Would you say this has got a decider written all over it, Peter?
This frame, you mean?
Well, overall in the match, you know, whether it.
Oh, look, this was the final that I think most people were predicting, and the only possibly change to that would have been that it might have been Peter Gilchrist replacing one of these, but certainly between Peter, Dave, and Pankaj, they're probably the 3 most respected players. I'd toss Saurav into that mix too. I think the surprise quarterfinalist was probably young Sri Krishna Suryanarayanan, but everybody else I think was pretty predictable. Dhruv Sitwala was there. I mean, that last 8 was just, in my view, certainly the best 8 playing at the moment. So you might throw in a Steve Mifsud or a Matt Bolton in there, but or a Mike Russell if he turned up. But really, in terms of a field, certainly the strongest field since Melbourne 2019, and just a joy to see the Indian players back and a reminder of just how strong they are, just how strong and deep. So many players turned up here that were probably unheralded, but outperformed the expectations of the rest of the field. Just a wonderful system they have in India to develop and maintain billiards players. Most of the spots for the Indians are, in fact, they're state sponsored. They would say privately sponsored, but their jobs are organised by the Ministry of Sport in Indian nationalised companies like Indian Steel, Indian Railways, etc., etc. And that gives them the opportunity to focus on their billiards and their snooker and bring glory to the great nation of India. Got a comment here, in fact, about one of the former Indian greats from Thucydides, my favourite Greek historian after Homer and author of the Peloponnesian Wars, about Geet Sethi, greatest exponent of postman's knock. Yes, he was. And probably still is. I think his 1251 break was one of the great breaks of all time.
Yeah, absolutely. It's been fantastic to see all the Indian players here, and there's been some players who from India who have played in their first WBL event. Brajesh Damani, for example, who I believe is highly ranked in India, who got through to the last 16 there. An incredible cueist, great potter, and certainly knows the game of billiards very well indeed.
And knocked off Peter Gilchrist, I might add, in the Irish Open.
Yeah, very first match. Yeah, we defeated.
Very first match, he defeated Peter Gilchrist.
Yeah, and also it was great to see Ashok Shandilia.
Yep.
He was saying that he's not played in a sort of international match for about 10 years. So
wow.
And himself a former world champion during the 90s. I believe he was, featured in a number of big finals, etc. So great to see him back playing. He's here as a coach as well for the Indian team.
Devendra Joshi, another blast from the past and still well up there. Greatly respected as a player.
Yeah, and Siddharth Parikh as well, another player that I think he said to me it was 2018 was the last time that he kind of played in one of these events, the world events. So fantastic to see him back playing. I know he put a lot of practice in to really make sure he was well prepared.
And some of the younger players as well.
Yeah, I mean, Krishna Shuri, fantastic player. We saw Rishabh Thakur as well, who played at Landywood in the World Championship last October. He was here as well. Siddharth defeated him in the last 24 rounds.
24.
So delicately poised here. Pankaj has them in that postman's knock position, made famous by Geet Sethi. Just got that ball trapped against the top cushion.
29.
And so here he just really has to use his pace control, and his pace control is, if not the best, amongst the best in this field. And again, it's that simplicity of that cue action that allows him that superb pace control. So this looks a little repetitive, where you're chipping the red over a corner pocket and bumping into the ball trapped on the top cushion, but each shot is different. Each position is a little different, requiring different contact points on the red, different degrees of side, different degrees of pace. So it's not repetitive. It's creative.
Yeah, and just while Pankaj is in this break, we have had a question in the chat, which I'm sure you might be able to answer part of that, Peter, about when we will see the Aussie, the Kiwi players and players from Myanmar in these tournaments. Well, we have had Wayne Carey, of course, from New Zealand.
Yeah, and I'm from Australia, so but we do not have private sponsorship, so we have to pay our own way here. And while I'm not anything like a serious contender, I just love the game and I love being here and I love seeing the great players. So they kindly accept my entry each year, and as long as I don't embarrass myself too much, it's a great pleasure to be here. But for many of the Australian players, the better players, as I'm sure everybody realises, the more time you spend on snooker and billiards, the less time you spend on work and making a living. So the two things of being wealthy enough to pay for your own travel and good enough to play in these tournaments are almost mutually exclusive. So our best players don't turn up here. We've got Matt Bolton and Steve Mifsud, who will genuinely be in the mix here. But a few other players, Joe Manici and Mike Pearson and others, who could give some of these guys a bit of a hurry up, but can't afford the time to take off work or can't afford the cost of coming such a vast distance.
Yeah, I think it's a similar situation for the players from Myanmar. We did speak to some of the leading players over there, and I think they were hoping to make the trip, but unfortunately it didn't work out on this occasion. But fingers crossed for future World Championships.
Yeah, I mean, this is a sport where the prize money is not. You could win the tournament and still cost you money to be here. So unless you have some form of government or a generous private sponsor, it's very difficult to maintain a ranking, to keep your name on the list of people who are invited, unless you are privately funded. So.
But while we've been talking there, Pankaj Advani's going on very nicely here, up to a 66 break, and still not over the line yet, of course. But you'd have to say at this point he'd be disappointed not to run out. And if he did so, that would put him on 7 games with a target of 8. So how would that have an impact on Dave's mindset, do you think, Peter?
I think Dave's been in that situation before. He was 2-0 behind Peter Sheehan last night, completely unfazed. Might be different against Pankaj. I know that he respects, I won't say fears, but respects Pankaj enormously. So that might have an impact. But I think Dave only knows one pace, and that is Dave Causier flat-out pace. So I don't think he changes his game. I don't think he changes his shot selection. He just hopes for a bit of a better run of the balls.
77.
The Americans call this on the hill. I've never really understood why, but with one frame to go, you're on the hill.
79.
But didn't quite get the perfect contact on the red there. Wanted to hit it thicker. Just got the other side of the red, as we
81,
would call it, on the left side as we look, but it still managed to keep the break going.
So I've got a question here from Danny Wildsmith. Is it open entry for these events? Yes and no. So if you're sponsored by your governing body, a national body, then you'll tend to be invited.
85.
But I think you sent out invitations to the top 50 in the world, Chris?
Yeah, the invitation process normally starts with the top 50, yes, and then sort of...
And most of those from overseas can't make it because of the cost.
87.
Yeah, and also the world national governing bodies around the world also have the opportunity to nominate players.
Is there always a spot for a female from each country?
Yep, countries have the opportunity to nominate a female player. Obviously, these events are they're not men's events. They're open to male and female, and indeed we've had Annette Newman here, of course, and Anna Lynch, who's not in this event, but is a former women's world champion. She often competes on the circuits.
Mm-hmm.
But that 93 break there is taking Pankaj Advani over the line.
Yep.
7 games to 5, and we're straight on to the next one.
So, in theory, all World Billiards events are open entry. So, you don't need to be a member of a particular association, race, religion, star sign, gender, or anything else. We do draw the line at Wookiees. There are no Wookiees allowed in this tournament. But outside of that, everybody is welcome, except when there are limited spaces. So when there are limited spaces, they're rationed on the basis of what your world ranking is, or whether you're representing a national governing body. But the principle of World Billiards is to be open to everyone. Adrian Wright, does Bolton still play billiards? I can't answer that. I don't know whether Matt's practicing and keeping up his game in private, but he hasn't turned up for any Australian events for 4 or 5 years now, since before COVID, and we feel that's a great loss to our game locally, and we'd love to see him back.
Yeah, it's a real shame, isn't it? I mean, what a great player Matt Bolton was, and
Well, I'm sure he still is. I mean, he's still a young man. In billiards terms, Matt's still a young man. He's got decades ahead of him as a great player. And he's an 800 break player, and used to regularly towel up Dave Causier and Gilchrist, and not every time, but he was certainly in that category.
yeah, let's hope to see him back on the circuit in the near future.
Yes, Danny, he does coach his son's cricket team, but that I coached my son's cricket team for a little while too, and I didn't know much about cricket. I don't think that keeps you completely busy, does it? Not if you've got a God-given talent like Matthew has.
It's a bit of a line-up here for Dave. Thought he might be able to run through in the red, kiss back onto the white, but awkward position. But
So here we go. If Pankaj can run out here, he will become the Macau Casino World Match Play Champion. It's entirely in his hands now.
Dave certainly will still be fighting 100%. He will
Of course.
not have given up this match one bit, but he must know in the back of his mind that he is potentially one mistake away from...
Well, he may have already made that mistake, Chris. As I say, it's in Pankaj's hands to lose from this point.
This looks a little bit awkward. I don't think he can get in off
they're skinny
either
off
ball.
both of them, aren't they?
The cannon off the top cushion looks straightforward, but it can easily be missed with the ball being away from the cushion, the object balls.
Yeah,
whichever way it goes.
They're in the middle of the table and both in awkward positions. I wonder if he might even think about a red pot. No, he's... Oh, that's a great shot from there. That's a great shot. That was so missable. Very brave to take that on.
Yeah, great shot. I think he'll need to follow it with another good
Another one.
recovery.
I think Sri Krishna would have taken on the red pot from that position and banged it in.
Confident pot given the circumstances and where he's left the yellow as well.
So he's sitting the half ball line, or he's just inside that, so it's a soft one with check side.
You can see how far over to the edge of the cue ball he's striking.
Yep.
See the spots on the cue ball. Plenty of check side there.
Yeah, it didn't come across the table to the left as far as I would have thought, given that he played that much check side, so he must have hit a little thin as well. Clever. And accurate. The other thing that you'd say about Pankaj is that the way he comports himself around the table and off the table, he's certainly one of the players with the most professional attitude that's in the field. He's always well presented, well dressed, well spoken, a true champion.
Yeah, quite rightly, and as you'd expect, got a huge following in India.
They say more than 1 million followers on what was Twitter, now X. Not quite as many as Donald Trump, but I think the difference is everybody likes Pankaj.
27.
So 2 pots of the red. It goes up onto the middle spot, but he's still got this.
Look at the side on this.
Yeah, that runner side just helps to spin the cue ball into the pocket.
I would have called that check side.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? Because there's situations where you can have check side off the object ball, but it actually runs off the cushion. But maybe that's a
Yes.
debate for another
Well,
time, Peter.
I can tell you in all the old books, it's always referred to, and this is where the snooker players, to my mind, get it wrong, is that they talk about the effect off the cushion. In the old billiards books, it was always in relation to the position that you're striking the ball. So if it was the inside spin, it's check side. If it's outside spin, it's running side. What it did off the cushions can vary depending upon where the balls are placed on the table. But, I mean, the terms are confusing. I think when I'm coaching, I say left-hand side and right-hand side because it's so much clearer. Checks with Paul Cosgriff that he has legally spotted that ball. He has.
Yeah, great referee, Paul, and obviously doing a great job here. He was on hand there to make sure that the cue ball was correctly placed, but he played that nicely, and a nice drop cannon here. If he pushes this red over the top pocket and gets a nice drop on the whites, could be a golden chance.
39.
Red's gone to the rail a bit, but it's very recoverable.
Even that shot there, Peter, I mean, I know players like you and I are obviously a far lower standard than these two guys, but just
Speak for yourself, Chris. I'm well up there with these blokes, I can tell you. I was surprised I didn't make the final, to be honest with you.
to control the red when it's so close to the cushion, it can so easily spring off. And but he made that look very easily, easy, and left that in off into the middle.
Clive Everton used to describe this as the great deception of billiards, where the better the player is, the easier they make it look, and it really is genuinely very difficult on a full-size table with tiny balls and a slick cloth to be able to command these balls the way that these guys do is just masterful. But they make it look so easy.
Pankaj Advani, 48.
Ooh, there we go. Well, a tiny opening. So he needs all of the next 3 frames. He needs to run this out and make the next 3 frames. So Abba Fernandez says Pankaj is the best in the world, and yet he is so humble and always there to help. I couldn't agree more. He is self-effacing, ridiculously humble, but genuine billiards genius. White's in good shape, so if he can get that red back on the spot. Sorry, the yellow ball is in good shape. I've done it again. The yellow ball's in perfect top of the table position, so it's a question of Dave being able to get down there via a red pot. That's kind of a little ugly. Cannon off the top cushion. Oh dear, he needs this red to drop. And it does. Was that a fluke? It had to be a fluke. Come on.
Yeah, that could be quite significant, that really. He hit the previous shot, to be fair, and left the red over too close to the side cushion.
Yeah, that was...
For a minute there, it looked like he was going to hand Pankaj a golden opportunity, but he's still at the table. And even this looks a little bit...
I don't think he even acknowledged that as a fluke. I didn't see a wave of the hand or anything. Perhaps he did, but...
This looks a little bit low, but having to run through the yellow for a cannon. He's avoided the cover, so this really is a good chance now.
5.
Obviously, Pankaj is still only on 53, but the way he's been playing throughout this tournament, if he does get one more chance,
yes,
the balls are in a good position. You'd really have to fancy him to close it out, but Dave, I'm sure, will have other ideas.
$31. 33. 36.
I think Pankaj especially makes the game look so easy because
41.
he's a player who just plays the right shots well. Whereas Dave and or Peter and some of the other players are playing these flamboyant recovery shots. Pankaj is just playing the right shot.
47.
Score's almost level now.
29.
So does he play in off or the drop cannon? Drop cannon, doesn't he? Yeah, so attacking. That's gone a bit wrong.
Yeah, not ideal, but these pots along the top cushion have been going in reasonably comfortably. It is a pretty strict table, this, in terms of the pockets, but they've been the players haven't been afraid to play those pots along the top cushion.
Have you enjoyed... So these are star tables that they're playing the final on, but this venue has 4 star tables and 4 of the new Rasson tables. How have you found the Rassons, Chris?
Yeah, all the tables have been absolutely fantastic. The super fine cloths, the heating, of course, of the tables, the lighting are all superb. And yeah, I do like the Rasson tables. They're great to play on. They do.
They're a little easier, aren't they? The corner top pockets are a little easier.
Yeah, they are a touch easier there. Perhaps the middles as well. But the tables have been prepared fantastically by the staff here.
Yes, and I like the look of the Rasson tables. The star tables, as you can see here, have gold legs and painted woodwork on the top, whereas the Rassons are more traditional looking, without the kind of frills and bells of gold and embellishments. They play like a modern table, these heated bed tables, but they look a bit more traditional, and perhaps I'm old and traditional.
No, they do look good. Yeah, and they seem to, they're well made. It seems so. Great conditions for these top class players, and the way the cloth plays, the sort of slide of the cushions and the reaction and the speed is just fantastic. Really, really good.
Yeah, I think the Rassons are now the new endorsed table for the IBSF. Some kind of sponsorship deal there.
80, Hawkline morning at 80.
Which is not to denigrate the tables. I'm sure the IBSF wouldn't choose rubbish, but it will certainly help their promotion.
So a nice position here still for Dave. Only needs enough of 13. He won't need to worry about the bulk line crossing, even though he has been warned by the referee, because he can get to 100 before his break reaches 100.
88.
And just before we close out this game, we have had a question about, are these the same cloths as they play on the World Snooker Tour? Well, on the Snooker Tour they use number 10 cloths made by Strawn, west of England, sometimes called Strachan. This is another cloth in their range, the super fine cloth. The number 10 cloth is designed specifically really for the professional game and the requirements there and the setup that they've got. This is very similar. I think it may even be lighter.
96
I'm not an expert on cloths, but certainly Dave Causier is enjoying the table in that game, making 101 points there, 96 break. Yes. And that was capitalising on Pankaj Advani's mistake.
Yes. So the new as far as I know, it's always been Strawn, not Strachan. Although I do notice that some of the English players call it that. But when I was at the factory, it was Strauns of Stroud, which is a town in the west of England, and this is somewhere between the number 10, which is almost bare of nap. For the snooker players, because they don't want the ball drifting on the nap, whereas the billiards players don't mind a bit of nap on the cloth, because it means that we can turn the ball a little bit wider and we can roll it over a bit more and use the cloth itself to create positions on the table. So I think it's a more modern solution. It's certainly slick compared to the club 6-8-1s that you might have played on a few years ago. So a lot slicker than that, but not quite as bare as the number 10s. Oh, that just slides by.
Yeah, so just a reminder, the best of 15 this is, so first to 8. Advani needs one game. Causier needs to win this one and the next.
I just want to point out, Chris, that our prediction at the beginning of the day is already wrong. We both felt that it would be close, but I think we both predicted 8-6 to Causier. Pankaj has surpassed our expectations already. But what a great contest.
We may get the score right, I mean, potentially the other way, but I think all results were on the cards really. Very hard to call this game at the start. And
greetings to Victor Yong from Singapore, our generous host at the Singaporean Cricket Club on more than one occasion. How much do you think fatigue is coming into this now, Chris? They've been at the table concentrating intently for more than 4 hours now.
yeah, possibly. Obviously it's hard to sort of speak from their shoes, but I think they'll be just so focused by this point that they'll just be fighting as hard as they can, really. So perhaps the tiredness of the situation might come afterwards, but I think it's got the concentration that's required, even though billiards, as we know, is not a physical sport like other pursuits, but the concentration required is just immense, even though they do make it look so easy, and they're so calm and composed around the table. It's intense focus all the way through.
So is he bumping the white into an in-off position? No, he thinks he can get through.
Yeah, I think he was making sure that he left something off the red there.
Wide of the half ball line, but on this cloth it throws very wide, playing the cannon instead.
Yeah, that was one of the things I noticed on most of the tables. If you do put a touch of run inside on it, really does go wide.
Mm-hmm.
And that's just proof of how responsive these tables are.
Oh, cautious here. Trouble.
Yeah, that's not a good outcome.
That is not a good outcome, because now he's got to play a long distance safety shot. And if a ball goes near or into baulk, David can play right at it.
Yeah, of course, the modified rules that are being used in this event, I'm sure it has been mentioned for the viewers who have been watching most of the coverage, but
on more than one occasion. Well, we've got some exciting news. Sri Krishna Suryanarayanan has just walked in the door, and we're going to talk him into doing some commentary for you. He came very close to disturbing Pankaj last night. I'm sure he disturbed him. He just came in for some water, but that's yes, give him some water, but then put him in the chair. There's a cost of walking in here, Sri Krishna.
No.
Yeah. It's just for comments.
Oh.
Greetings, Sri Krishna.
Greetings, yeah.
Thank you for, as I said, we just wandered in for a glass of water, but now he's trapped. Tell us about your tournament. Have you enjoyed the time here?
Yeah, it has been really nice tournament for me. It's been a good run for me.
Yeah. and you gave Pankaj a bit of a hurry up there last night.
Yeah, but I did give him a chance in the when it was 5-all. I did give him a chance when I missed positional play from the yellow enough.
Mhm.
So,
Well, I watched. Of course, we had 4 matches going on, and it was hard to concentrate on all of them at once. But you seem to not be overawed by Pankaj, which in a way that some of the other players who've been here have been. You were fearless throughout. You kept going for your shots, and it was very impressive to watch. Very impressive, and we want to see more of you playing in Australia and these tournaments. And it's a very exciting young player.
yeah, hopefully, yeah. You know, Pankaj, I mean, he's a greatest billiards player according to me.
Yes.
But he's still human. He does give chances.
Yes. Yes. And so do you consciously not change your shots because you're playing Pankaj? Are you just saying, well, I need to make this shot? Or do you make an accommodation because it's Pankaj?
I mean, it's up to how I'm comfortable during that time.
Mm-hmm.
So I change my shots depending on how comfortable. Doesn't matter which opponent it is.
You played a lot of pot reds go around the table and a lot of very, very flamboyant shots. It was just great to watch. Just great to watch. And what have you made of the finals so far?
I mean, there are 2 Goliaths playing in the finals, so it's a big... I mean, one of the best players. Both of them are really good.
Yes.
And you can't ask for a better finals.
Yes, and a contrast in styles.
It is, yeah. I mean, I've not seen a player like Dave probably in my career. And I've learned a lot from him by just seeing some of his videos and online. And if you look at my game, it's probably not same, but probably a little bit similar with Dave.
Yeah, you're more on the Dave Causier side than the Pankaj side. I always regard Pankaj as being cautious, judicious, no risk, whereas Dave is a bit adventurous, and you are too. So, is this? Oh, it just makes it. What a great shot!
I mean, it's a really good finals where Pankaj could have gone for 7-4 leading, but he missed an opportunity, and Dave came back with a century break. And I guess it's going to be a 7-all right now.
Well, we'll see. Dave's certainly got the balls in the open in good position and appears to be in control. But both players have missed a few that they hadn't missed earlier in the week. Dave particularly ran out his match against Peter Gilchrist last night with 5 centuries or 4 centuries, a match to 100, 4 centuries in 98. Really didn't give Peter a look in. And he hasn't been in that form today. He certainly missed a few, but Pankaj has as well.
I mean, it's pressure for both players because they both need the title and they want to live up to their name.
Absolutely. Now, I was reading that you started off playing tennis, but you liked the atmosphere of the clubs because it was air-conditioned. Is that true, or is that just an urban myth?
Yeah, it's true because I used to be a tennis player and I wanted to grab some water, so I went into the billiard room. And
just like this situation, you came in here to grab some water and you've been snatched again.
So when I saw players playing, I mean the club players playing and having food, and during that I was really interested. So that's how I got into the game, and luckily my dad, who's also my snooker coach, he saw talent in me and he made me persevere.
Oh, that's the Reds that almost stayed in the jaws.
I think he hurried up a little bit than normal.
Did.
Yeah.
It's hard to tell when Dave hurries because he's always fast.
Well, me being a fast player, I think I'll be able to relate with this hurriness.
You can. So you're having a lash at Q School in Thailand this year?
Yes, yeah.
Okay, that'll be exciting. You were the winner of the IBSF 2022 World 6 Red Championship, I think?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, It's a great honour to have you at this tournament, I've got to tell you.
Thank you very much. It's been a really great experience, and I think I've performed after probably a year or so. So it's more of an emotional thing for me right now. I mean, maybe if I have come to the finals or maybe done better in this tournament, but I'm still happy with the result of semis.
Yeah.
And playing,
Well, look at the field. I mean, you finished in the last 4 in a field which is the best field that's been assembled in certainly a decade.
True, yeah. You have Peter, you have Dave, you have Rob Hall, you have
Peter
Pankaj.
Sheehan, you've got
So many players.
Yeah, Saurav, Ashok, Devendra, so many great players. So who did you beat in the quarterfinal to get into this?
I beat Dhruv Sitwala.
Okay, yeah. Well, Dhruv, I mean, he won Melbourne, he won Auckland. He's hugely respected player.
He is, and at one point I was leading 3-1 in the match, and then we had a break. And from nowhere, he made 2 centuries and then a 98, and then he went 4-3 leading in that match. So he played really well. I mean, he gave a run for my money.
Well, here we are. You've got a fan here. Sri Krishna is my favourite player from India.
Well, thank you, Saubhagya. I know him. And
oh, he's a friend of yours. So this is a paid sponsor, is it? So a paid announcement.
I wish I had that kind of money.
Well, you keep playing the way you do and you'll get it. You give them a hurry along on the snooker tour. So again, the match is in Pankaj's hands to lose from here. What do you play here?
Yeah, I think one cushion cannon is the right shot where you send the red towards the pocket. And
oh, that's not come out quite as tidy as you might have liked. He's got the screw-in off into the middle. So what's your home club?
So I play in a club called SVS in Chennai, and I do play in a couple of other clubs. I mean, I keep changing my club so that I can adapt to different tables. So it's been a... Oh, he's missed it.
21.
It wasn't easy. So this looks a bit like a skinny one. Well played. So no mucking around here. He's trying to take them straight to top from this position. Relatively risk-free. Did you get that glass of water in the end?
No, not yet.
I'm going to put you on mute so you can get a glass of water.
Yeah.
Just... Okay.
8.
Poor guy was taking his time when all he wanted was a glass of water.
Sixteen. 18. 21. 23.
They've got them tight now. So it's looking like we are going to get the decider that we all wanted. and our videographer Sam Jones tells me that he had already prepared a graphic for just this situation.
31.
I think this format is really tough. You know, when I played Pankaj in the semis, I didn't have any idea, any clue how to play a safety in this format, and hats off to both these players to play such great billiards and also play a proper safety play.
39.
Wow, what a final. 7-all. Two of arguably the best players in the world right now. And one frame to decide the Macau Open World Matchplay Championship. They could have all saved us a lot of time by just deciding to play one frame at 4:30, but that's not the way it works.
The presentation will immediately follow this fast game.
Quickly, go. Very, very unlikely. This is on 3 balls on the table, okay? In the D, it's common. So you've got to be there, you've got to check every time. Okay? As soon as you roll the ball back, you come to the walk in. If they're at the edge, you're behind them. If they're not at the edge, then you're along the walk. Okay? And the third one is they can sometimes do it. Okay? I don't have a mark. You do impersonations of a mark? Good. Good. You do impersonations of a Yeah, the quicker that I get it on the spot, the better. Okay? So if I can reach it, I'd rather do that. Well done, gentlemen. Exciting game.
Here we go then, the deciding game, Pankaj Advani against David Causier. And I'm delighted to say I've got the legend Peter Gilchrist alongside me for the last game. How you doing, Peter?
Yeah, good, thanks, Chris. I haven't watched all of the game, but come in about 3 or 4 frames ago, or games ago, and it's just top quality, isn't it? You know, it's just what it seems like one visit. My game with David was just, he was ridiculous against me. His last 5 games he made a century unfinished, and he just looks so cueing so well. But also Pankaj is, you know, it's anybody's game now, isn't it?
Yeah, you had a late night finish last night, but it was an incredible, you know, the way that Dave closed it out was just shows what a legend he is, isn't he? He must have gone to this match feeling confident, and look at the situation now. I mean, it's, how will they be feeling at this point?
I think they'll just be hoping for one good chance, and it's fallen to Pankaj. You know, this is I don't know whether the white's out there as well, but yeah, you can just play off the red. But he's made a couple of uncharacteristic misses Pankaj, in the last couple of games. So, you know, it's no guarantee that he'll run out here, but, you know, knowing Pankaj, he probably will. You know, that's the sort of player he is. You know, he just seems to win from all kinds of situations, really.
Yeah, so that kind of now has pushed the white into a position whereby he can go in off, so red looks good where it is to progress the position.
Yeah, it looks as though it's a fairly basic in off white, doesn't it? In off white and then another in off white, then a pot red, and he's at the top.
Peter Tankard mentioned a few moments ago about whether fatigue would play a part at this point. You know, given that it's been such a busy schedule and obviously this match has gone the distance, how would they be feeling in that respect?
I don't think they'll come into play. You know, the adrenaline will be kicking in, and they won't feel that at all. They won't be feeling tired or, you know, nothing like that. He looks he's just overhit that red slightly there, hasn't he? I don't know whether he's got a in-off red on, or if he's got the in-off red on, then he's in prime position.
Yeah, it looks slightly wide, doesn't it? But shouldn't have any problem with the white where it is and red over the middle. Could this be the golden opportunity?
I saw your games there, Chris. You played well against Rob Hall. Got a 3-all. I think you made 100 odd unfinished, didn't you? And then Rob played quite well, yeah?
Yeah, I had a decent game. Yeah, it was nice to make it close for a little while. And but yeah, I think he had 119 and 80, so I did have one chance, I think. But
you don't mind when somebody plays well, do you? Like that, if Rob just does, he freezes you out, and that was the same with my game against Dave. It was good to watch, you know, Dave, and I suppose it was probably the same with you and Rob. He's just gone out of position there. He's a very careless shot, you know. He played to put the red over the pocket, and this is far from easy.
Yeah, that's really spoilt the position for him, and he's going to have awkward queuing over the white, as you can see, if he goes for something off the red.
Dave's very good at these shots. Little screwing off to the left-hand side. Yeah, he's over-screwed it.
28.
Have you found any conditions here this week at the SBI Academy?
Yeah, they've been great. I think that table 2 is probably playing the best. This is playing the second best, and they're all really, you know, really good tables. No complaints there. Where's the red going here?
I think the in-off yellow looks very narrow, doesn't it, from the camera? I don't think he can...
It doesn't look on, does it? But yeah, it's probably, yeah, it's okay. Dragging it in with left-hand side. With this, there's always the he's playing it in the other. Yeah, the camera angle looks a bit different, isn't it?
Well, the red's dropped in, but I guess he was trying to leave that over the middle and promote the yellow, but if he can pot the red here, and he's come around to have a look at the in-off yellow.
I think he's such a strong potter, isn't he, Dave? I don't think he's missed a pot red off the spot all week. So let's just see. This is far from easy. He made it look easy.
17.
Who would you say in the tournament is the best potter out of all the billiards players?
Okay.
Would you say maybe Darren Clark?
You certainly have to put Dave up there. I mean, what a great potter he is, like you're saying. I don't even think he plays a lot of snooker, does he? But whereas Pankaj, of course, does play a lot of snooker. In fact, I'm not even sure if he how much of his time he actually spends on billiards. He puts a lot of hours in, which I think is mostly snooker, believe it or not.
Right. And how about the young Indian kid? What's his name again?
Yes, Shri Krishna Shuri sat opposite us here, and what a great tournament he's had. And superb potter, top of the table, and it's been fantastic to see.
And he's the owner at the moment of the highest break, and it will win as well because they've both scored in this frame. That's a great shot from Dave. The long guinea over left hand side.
Yeah, it's still the highest break prize in this event. Obviously, the most you can get is 109. What's been the best break you've had in 100 up, Peter?
106. Yeah, 106. Played a 7 shot on 99. I hold the record on the 150 ups. I've got a 157, so I played an 8 shot on 149, and I don't think that'll ever get beat because to make a 9 shot or a 10 shot when you need to, it's too difficult.
Yeah, Rob made an interesting point, Rob Hall, earlier when he was saying that with the 100 up format, you do get quite a lot of games that are actually won with a 90s unfinished, for example, where the bulk line crossing wasn't actually needed, but perhaps with 120 up or 150 up, then that might come into the equation a bit more.
Yeah, probably, yeah, possibly. Where's this going? That's finished nice for Dave. Should be straight back down at the top now.
36.
He doesn't want the red to go in, really. Oh, he's okay.
And it was mentioned that Pankaj perhaps plays a more sort of careful game, not taking any risks, sort of plays very sort of simple shots, obviously hugely effective, whereas Dave maybe is more attacking. How would you assess that?
Yeah, with Dave, you always feel as though you always feel as though he could miss at any moment. He doesn't. He just keeps on scoring. Whereas Pankaj, when Pankaj is in flow, you just think he's not going to miss anything. But yeah, who would you rather watch? I'd rather watch David. Maybe as a purist, you'd rather watch Pankaj. But David just... what's he done there? Yeah, I think he's okay. David just makes the game just interesting because his shot making is just fantastic.
And I don't suppose he'll worry one bit if he has to play open play, or what sort of style this remainder of this game is. He'll just be looking to get over the line, won't he? And he's over halfway there now.
Yeah, he just he seems to make 100 breaks like maybe his other players would make like a 10 break. He makes 100 like everyone could make a 10 break. He's just so good.
And if this is the final visit and this is the decisive one, then he will need to cross the bulk line here because his break is 59 and his score. So you can only make 100 break by crossing the bulk line here. He can't win the game before that. Maybe that might come into the equation.
But even crossing the bulk line for David, it's just like a normal shot for him. He just finds it so easy. Like I say, against me, he made 4 or 5 100 breaks, and crossing the bulk line, it was just like a piece of cake, really.
72.
Yeah, so pushing right over the pocket, and he'll be getting a warning after this pot red for the bulk line.
80.
Yeah, I think he's played the enough yellow, then a drop cannon. Oh, nice playing the two in offs, and then for the drop cannon.
Will Dave be so much in the zone? How will the nerves be pumping? Do you think? I mean, you must have been in this situation at such key moments like this.
Yeah, I think Dave's just held himself together so well here. Not easy at all. what he's done against Pankaj as well, who I think the last time they met, Pankaj made an 800 break against David, so that might just be in the back of his mind, and but it just doesn't seem to affect Dave at all. That's gone slightly difficult. Like you say, he's still got to cross the balk line. And Paul Cosgrave, he gave him the warning on 80, Chris, is that right?
Yep, correct. Yeah, the warning was given, so this is... I'm sure he would have much preferred to be at the top of the table to do that balk line crosser, because when it's in open play, it's a lot harder generally, isn't it?
This looks okay, though, doesn't it? I think he can pot the red and put the white into balk. Or I don't know where he's got the angle to do so. If he has, he will, and if that... Oh, no. It's gone wrong. Yeah, it's gone wrong now.
Well,
but he's so good at these two cushion cannons, Dave. I don't see him missing this.
Dave's such a great recovery player, and you need one here.
95.
Great shot. But it's gone awkward again for him.
Dave Causier won the Irish Open last weekend here in Carlow. Looking to defend his title here and make it the double. Just 5 points needed, but this really is tricky now.
I think he's thinking about doubling the red, isn't he? He looked at the doubling the red, I'm not sure. I think if Pankaj was in this situation, he'd probably play safe. I can't see... And Dave's played a great enough there. That's the winner. The winning shot. What a great shot that was.
Such a narrow angle, given the circumstances as well, and against the nap. Incredible.
101.
Oh, that's a great win for Dave.
In it goes. David Causier defends his World Matchplay title in a deciding game finish against India's Pankaj Advani. What an exciting finish that was. 101 and finished. A run out there. Took his chance. A really fine performance there, and everyone here in the venue and online, I'm sure, has appreciated that. Two world-class players playing fantastic stuff, and that was some final, Peter, wasn't it?
It was just brilliant. It was the standard was just great. I don't know how many 100 unfinished there were, but it just seemed as though every time that they got in, they were just finishing off, and yeah, what a great cue as Dave is, and he's a credit to the game as well. Well done, Dave.
Hopefully we'll see Pankaj play more on the circuit as well in the coming months.
Yeah, that would be great. And maybe now he will do, because he maybe thinks as though he's got a point to prove. Now that David's beaten him, he won't. I'm sure he won't like that. So yeah, hopefully he'll come into it, and we've got a ton after this one, the IBSF World Championship. I'm sure there's going to be some big breaks in that, and yeah, we'll just see what happens. But the way Dave's playing, like you say, he won the Irish. He's just won this. He's on for a hat trick, isn't he?
Yeah, he really is, and we're going to be going over shortly for the presentation, so please stay online and watch that. But we'll leave it here as far as the commentary is concerned. But thanks for your input, Peter. It's been great to have you here, and we'll now leave you for the presentations.
Yeah, thanks, Wes. Cheers.
Anyway, John Yang. The referees are already given a personalised ball marker, but I have some other check. Also from Korea, Jenny Choi. And is the Austrian delegation still here? Is Christian Falk here?
He was here for you. Just gone.
Okay, well, he may have. We'll be making a presentation in a moment to him anyway, but Mr. Paul Cosgrave, all the way from Australia. Thank you. The wonderful Mr. Kevin Christie. A man who's done wonders for ladies Q Sports in Ireland, Mr. Dan Carroll.
Thank you, Dan.
Never gets the recognition he deserves, our streaming partner, Mr. Sam Jones of TYP Live. And his Shranguji she back? Is she showing? So, and also we give one to John Keogh when we see him. To our brilliant head referee, and I'll do something in a minute for himself, but Brendan, head referee, Brendan Devlin, ladies and gentlemen.
Well done, Brendan!
And from Korea, Moon Yu Park. And to the most modest man I know that I've known virtually every moment of my entire life, is me as the TD. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to do a couple of things here. To the marker of the final. Ms. Parker, a little presentation to you. And I'd like to ask, on behalf of our sponsors, where is he gone? David Joyce, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Macau Casino. Would you make that presentation, please? Yeah. Next to our head referee, Mr. Brendan. And by the way, Kevin Christie, there's your ball marker, your personal ball marker. Yes. And you have the crowd behind you. All the way from Australia to our match referee for the final, Mr. Paul Cosgrave. Thank you very much. And finally, to a man I've known most of my life, one of the most modest men I know is me.
Well done, Angus!
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Angus.
Yes.
She came here.
Okay. Oh, sorry. Oh, yes. Now, the wonderful violinist all the way from Korea, Jenny Choi. A few words briefly from David Joyce on behalf of Macau Casino. Thank you so much for your sponsorship for the last 3 or 4 years. We really appreciate it.
Well done.
I'll be very brief. I just want to congratulate everyone who took part. You travelled from all corners of the world. It's great to see. It's getting better and better every year. We've had a fairly long association now with it. We hope that will continue, and as most of you know, Angus will get the last drop out of you anyway. So, a pleasure to work with, and have a safe trip home.
Thank you so much. To our beaten semi-finalists who gave us some fantastic games, we're thrilled to have them. A young talent I think that we're going to hear an awful lot more of. We wish him well when he gets to Q School in the not too distant future. Sure, Krishna Suri.
Well done.
Well done, sir. And the other semi-finalist, the brilliant man all the way from Singapore, the tallest player I think in the business, a great card trick merchant and a wonderful man, Mr. Peter Gilchrist.
Well done, Peter.
Thank you. And Jim, just a quick few words from you. Our thanks to you from SBI for helping us here, and the IBSF as well, for giving us the tables prepared. I know you have a big tournament coming up tomorrow. Thank you so much.
Yes, look, Snooker and Billiards Ireland are delighted to welcome all billiard players here. We hope that this partnership between World Billiards and the IBSF will continue to grow, and we look forward to future tournaments here. And billiard players are always welcome here in the academy, and the more the merrier. I hope everyone has enjoyed their time for this last 2 tournaments. I hope you got a chance to see some of Carlow. I'd like to acknowledge the support we received from Carlow County Council and Laois County Council, because here we're between Carlow and Laois, two counties, So we got some support from both, so that's great. We'd like to acknowledge Sport Ireland who have helped us to set up this facility here. And we look forward to the IBSF World Championships in the morning. Starts at 10 o'clock bright and early, so not too many celebrations tonight. And thanks to Angus and thanks to everyone in World Billiards for all you've done to promote billiards. Thank you.
I have an admission to make. As you know, one of my best buddies on the road is Mr. David Causier, who comes and stays with me, and we travel together, and I've huge respect for him. And he may never speak to me again, because about an hour ago I was preparing my notes, and it says runner-up David Causier.
Don't speak to him, Dave.
Can you just stand in now? What a turnaround. So the runner-up, and a man that we are so thrilled and honoured to see here in Carlo for the Macau Casino World Matchplay, a magnificent cues and a brilliant ambassador for the game all over the world. It's a pity somebody has to come up in second place, but he was gracious in defeat and magnanimous, and he is one of the greatest talents that has ever picked up a cue, and I think we'll all admire. Pankaj Advani!
Well done, Pankaj!
And so, to the trophy which I go in and get engraved every year, and it says David Causier, David Causier, David Causier, David Causier, and I'm going to have to get it engraved again. Ladies and gentlemen, I think people talk about billiards being a boring game, or nothing happens, or there's no tension. Well, we're in discussions at the moment to try and make that change and get a television partner and have something like the 900 that you have in snooker, but in billiards with maybe a couple of rule changes. However, I tell you one thing, I was on the edge of my seat for the last hour. It was incredible billiards. The tension, the skill set, the nerves, the shots that we saw were just stunning. So I'd ask David Joyce on behalf of Macau Casino to make the presentation and also the trophy, and he'll be getting a cheque for 5,000 sterling minus 2.5% commission that we take off. But ladies and gentlemen, would you please give it up for Mr. David Causier! Unaccustomed as he is to public speaking, Dave will now say a few words.
Well, just everything's got to go to like the academy tables in excellent condition, all the referees. As you can probably announce, I'm lost for words. It was like such a tough game, such a hard game. Pankaj is just unbelievably difficult to play against, and he knows he is. But I just thought 7-5 down. I thought, well, I've really got nothing to lose. I may as well just open up a bit and see if I can get a couple of chances. He missed a couple, and then that 100 at the end, I thought I was shaking right the way through the whole break. So I'd just like to thank everyone that's followed me, all my sponsors, Paul Lloyd, thank you very much, and my family, really. Thanks very much. I'll see you there tomorrow. Drinks on there. The IBSF starting tomorrow, but from all of us here till we see you in Bruges in May from WBL. A very good night. Thank you so much.
I just ask if people can arrange the transport as we have been doing, to continue that, giving people lifts to the venue tomorrow.